Hello everyone, welcome back to the adventures of the cleric. Our good friend the cleric. Okay, so we have a lot of time to waste until it's, the afternoon. At least a couple of hours. So we can, commit to our craft. And our craft being stopping a bunch of teenagers probably from doing something stupid and reckless. For they are young and dumb. You know how them children are. And also finding Frank, son of Frank, the yellow-wearing man. Who is definitely not named Frank, nor is the son of a Frank. Okay, that takes me back to the Goblin Garden. I will hug you later. Sensei's dormitory, out of commission. And out to Waterlane View, the sound of the dogs echo from beyond. Okay, so that takes me to Waterlane View too. Which, kind of important because I need that for later. The marking on the door says, "Simi, son of Strokeback." A rough carving on the door says R and A. Or R and I guess. Street Mail says Snail. Oh, so that's your house. I see. My best friend Snail. Actually, he probably doesn't like me, but... Winding path leads outside eventually. Let's talk to the people available to talk to. And then I guess I'll go to Waterlane View. Just to make sure that I familiarize myself with the scenery. Like, this is the problem of playing this kind of game of being me. It's like, I get lost. I'm stupid and I get lost. Wrong one. Wait. There. Killer Road at the time of the explosion. It's often used as a fake name. Yeah, okay. Counted for. Alert arrow, but for that we need to waste also. We need to waste time also. 300 pieces. Akey, young and dumb, there it is. There's going to be trouble down on Waterlane this evening on your first day on Tolstad. See, the problem is that I worry about, like, what time do they define as the evening? Radies. The girl looks across the chasm. She's pretending not to look at you. Clear your throat loudly. She slowly turns her head toward you. What? Why were you looking at me? I wasn't. How rude! Cool. You're very rude. Sure, now go away. What do you know about the tea shop, mysterious woman? She rolls her eyes. It exploded. Everyone keeps saying that. Duh. I get the feeling you don't want to talk about it. Do you have anything to say? Don't have anything to say? What are you voting for in the election? Don't care for it. Democracy? I don't. It doesn't matter. And I wouldn't tell you if it did. Well, I'll throw my load in for the Asgalis. They're cool. Oh, okay. I don't care. I want to ask you some personal questions, but I have a feeling you won't respond in any meaningful way. Smart, can you go now? Okay, that's all for now. Thank you, citizen. It says Yellan and Sons. Street side, it says upper water view, lower water the weathering docks. Huh? Vinny's making a sound, a strange sound. How strange? Scani Reed's Trading Company with that signature Free Strider logo. Farus Weave, Mallet Weave. The voice is from a primal spirit. Open it. Snell, I'm gonna open this trash can. He gives you a nonchalant half shrug. Okay, I'll take that as a yes. It's water lane, there's always something going on here. Okay, open the trash can. As you lift it aside, you immediately see something moving in the pile of shredded documents and old scraps of food. A pair of legs. Emote? Suddenly jumping out of the pile with a puff of moldy dust is a pine cone. A pine cone with limbs. He hands you some leaves while doing a strange, seemingly improvisational dance upon the trash. Wait, are you one of those? Before you're able to do anything about the little creature, the little creature pulls away. One of nature's essential workers. A blessing to meet it in the wild. Disgusting little creature. As it faces you, see only trash. I've heard about those things, never seen them though. What do you know about them? Just what I read in the paper, and what Nessan goes on about. It called Vata or something. The Lamplighters Guild had a public spat with them a couple months back. He points to the lamps behind you. Apparently they mess with the everlasting lights. Not so everlasting then. Guess it's a PR name. I get why they were mad, but I think they solved everything once the PCG got involved. And there's supposed to be all over the garden too. Not that I ever seen one. Anyhow, they clearly seem to like you. Let's keep it like that. Okay. I am liked by nature. How delightful, actually. Oh, there's something there. Oh, are those the things that keep poofing in and out from certain areas that I see sometimes? Because I've noticed that sometimes there's like a little poof in certain places. Like, is that? These pipes connect to the vast sewer system of Tolstad. Like, are those what those are? That's cute. Figurine of Earth, you approach the shrine. Ah, yes, this little figurine does still count as a shrine. Didn't I move it? It's like in the middle of the road. No. What? It has chosen its path. What? The figure of Earth. This is a makeshift shrine, meant to stand exactly where it is and where it might go. Ready to serve whoever needs him the most. You wish you were a man capable of something similar. Damn, I'm down here. The never sleeping dogs of Water Lane, right below here. Conquest by river, by land, by heart. Right along the water. A regular non-giant crab. He's put a crab on the rock. Official name, a name, Tornian Crawler. It's just a little shimmy. Yes, cleric, there is a crab. Pet the crab. You reach for it and the crab immediately snips onto your index fingers. Huh? The crab pincers grip your finger hard. Hard! Your index will come off soon. Challenging. Get out of the vice grip. Please let go, Mr. Crab. It says. It does not let go. Being polite always helps. Speak with animal would get you out of this much easier. Well, I didn't get it yet. Get out of the vice grip. This is likely better. At least I was polite. Thank God. Use your free hand to pry the pincers off your finger. When your index is released, you immediately feel the blood begin to flow once more. Freedom! He was a good little fighter. Good crab. Where are you voting in the election, crab? It makes no noise in reply to your question. Oh, well, I'll leave then. I'm gonna consume some apples so I don't die. Hear the endless turning of cogs inside. The roller mirror in Upper Tolstad. Keep more than ledgers in their archive. Trifle? Let's lead to the rest of the roller mirror. A treat. Oh hey, there's something there. You glance at the ladder. It's one hell of a climb. What kind of man, no, what kind of human cannot climb a simple ladder for 20 short feet? Strength, you're making me feel really bad, like I'm really afraid of heights. It would be embarrassing for anyone of any age to fail this. I mean, disadvantage, an esoteric tingle leads you astray. Yeah, maybe later then. But I can see something there, like there's a book there. Those barred, not getting in here. Oh, okay, so I cannot get from that side. I would need to go through the other side. Hello again, Mr. Crab. It's closed for the day. God dang it! Torna, the first river of guilds. They're actually the first river guilds. Office of Nerd Appledant RN. Going up. Going down, far down. Excluding the anti-magic messaging, Fairy Striderism comes with great branding. No one can dismiss the dwarf's architectural genius. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Some coins. Wishes never granted. One of many Free Strider compounds in the city. Beware those fangs and the rest too. Careful, not too close. Ah, can I not pet it? It's like it's shut for the day. God dang it! Is every place that I want to visit shut for today? It's not even that late. And I know it's not late because the children are not doing their crimes yet. Democratic propaganda. I can get it. I have to come here in the afternoon. Well, in the evening, technically. But do I know what the evening is? Like, that's the worst part of my life. It's like, you can tell me, oh, it's in the late morning, and it's like, what do you define as late morning? Like, what is late morning to you, honey? Because you tell me late morning, and I assume, I don't know, 10, 10:30. You know, brunch time. Right, the dormitories are commission. See me, son of Strokeback. You approach the green door. An apartment in the halls, like any other. Knock. You knock twice in a polite fashion. A long time passes. No one? No one. Guess we'll have to try again some other day. Sadly, you can't pick these doors. They've got esoteric keys. Special esoteric keys at that. I guess I could come back tomorrow. I have no reason to be interested in this particular door. Well, that's a little rude. Maybe I'm just a curious creature by nature. Is that a giant snail? That's a giant snail. Oh my god, that's a giant snail. I love the giant snail. It's... Ooh! And I get to see Snail's place. It's a bit high up. A mass-produced glowstone lantern. You don't need to relieve yourself. Family. You sure he's the type to have a photo of himself on the wall? Ah, Bagatelle. The goblin has some good taste then. One of Snell's boxes. Snell's work. Expensive material. You stand before a wooden board covered in sketches of various people. Look closer at the sketches. You see several faces you recognize and some you don't. A birdman with a black and white pattern along with the note tea shop owner. A bulky merman with the text rival? No, an ambitious. Merman, a male merfolk. Not to be confused with a mermaid. Half-fish folk, not always female but still called mermaid by humans to the chagrin of their man. A stout-looking dwarf in uniform with a hammer symbol in the corner, patron? A stylish orc with a Free Strider heart symbol in the corner, completely unaffiliated, suspicious. A pale man holding a skull, no motive. A human with a fancy beard and a fish symbol in the corner, suppressing info, beware. Then finally, you look over the central piece, the beautiful rendition of Lady Sageleaf herself. What's this? Her note reads, enemy, spies, city conspiracy. Hey Snell, what is this? He looks over to you from across the apartment. Ah, yeah, project visualizer. Help me keep track of jobs. You can check it out if you want. Haven't done much other than a basic outline of the tea shop yet. I've been busy with all this running around. It looks like a ton of work. It's not really. Haven't had that much downtime yet. Once we're finished, I'll make sure to compile it into a proper report for the old lady. Can I trifle? Ooh. Ointment, crown. Like, I'll feel bad stealing from him. A glowstone lantern. It appears to be non-functional. Well, fix the lantern then. Oh my god. You spent a few minutes looking it over, realizing a bit later than you should have that there is an esoteric effect on the lantern itself. Investigating it further reveals the issue: the glowstone collection with the flimsy metal plate around it. While the heat remained and the stone is quite hot, its weak esoteric light was esoterically spread out across the full surface of the lantern, instead of focused on the glowstone itself. Well, reattach the glowstone without burning yourself. With a quick snap, light returns to the lantern. I fixed the lamps now. Huh? Thanks. He gives you a thumbs up. Now you won't have to trip when going to the bathroom in the middle of the night anymore. That's not really a problem, you know. He points at his eyes. Dark vision. Wait, then why do you have a lamp? It's not perfect dark vision. He stretches a bit. But yeah, the fixed lamp will help. Thanks again, cleric. I'm so good at tinkering with stuff. You're slightly above average. Which says more about the average than it does about you. Damn, even my own intelligence is being a dick to me. Snell. Snell and his dexterity build. Huh? Welcome to my pad. Go ahead, root around as much as you want. Don't mind if you do. Thank you for letting me ill. He sighs. I'm not sure how this is in any way useful for the job, but let me know when you're done looking around. Looking, nothing else. You live here alone? Yep. Doesn't get lonely? I don't spend much time here. It's a cool place. Thanks. That's probably enough information, thank you. I don't want to be, too annoyed on the first day. He mouths and gives you a side glance. What about you? Where do you live, cleric? I should lie, right? I could tell him the truth. I live on Nordwall. Is a nice city, sponsor apartment. I will avoid the full truth. I could tell him the truth. Your body shakes. There's absolutely nothing wrong with your current living arrangements. And the goblin will not think lesser of you because of it. Thanks, wisdom. I live with my mom. I love the fact that my mom is shaking like that because, yeah, that's what it feels like when you have to say it, when you have to tell people that you live with your parents. I live with my mom. You do? It's honorable traditional family housing. It's good for society. Yes? Huh. Well, I guess that's not too uncommon among humans. Ow! Ugh. He does not mean harm, yet it hurts. Well, anyway. He tries not to linger on the subject since he sees your pain. I used to live in the towers where they kicked me out. Huh. Can I ask why? Yeah, sure. Okay then. Look, they just had some problems But they just had some problems with some of my writing. Your writing. What, can't be that bad, can't be that bad at spelling, eh? Idiotic comment. Spelling. Because you're a cleric casting spells. I got a new partner who didn't like me, and then I presented an argument for a Republican Revolution without the influence of the free cities. They said it was a misuse of state resources, and they branded me with a minor case of dereliction. Really, it's all overblown, and Bjorn uses the same copper press all the time for a bunch of personal stuff, and he never gets in trouble over it, so it just seems really overblown to me, and yeah. He listens to your rant with an intense interest. So they can't just do that? Toss you out? It's all tower politics. And normal politics too, seems. Well, sounds like bullshit. So, but you're still employed as a cleric? Of course, it was just a disciplinary action. They've been mad at me since I refused to register as a member of the party of Norvik. Interesting, so this whole thing is sort of like a redemption run for you then? Solving the mystery of the tea shop that exploded and so on, rejoin the fold. Yes, redemption is within graph, then I'll jump right onto the party and remake it in my image. No, fuck them, they're all going to get thrown out when the Free Striders take over. It doesn't matter, once the election is over, I'll go back to doing Ascali's activism like in the good old days. I don't care anymore. I'll be an agrarian or something. Yeah, let's go back to doing Asgali's activism like in the good old days. You sure had a lot of political aspirations, haven't you? I was a wild kid. I am a wild man. I don't feel too good. Well, I guess I was a wild kid. He gives you a slow nod. As per usual, good luck with that. Also, to be fair, I can't afford my own place. The economy is shit, I agree. And she's not home a lot, so I mostly have it to myself. That also makes it more understandable. I don't mean to get all personal, but if you had to live with my mother, I'd probably end up like one of those energy zombies. An esoterically infused undead creature, more akin to a ghost than a regular zombie. They are mostly harmless apart from slowly draining folk into exhaustion, common in the old city wall. The only part of the old wall still standing in full stands at an impressive height of 90 feet and casts shadow upon the streets below. It's filled with apartments and businesses right in the heart of the housing district. One of the 5 districts in Norvik, the poorer area on the west side of the river. Named as such due to the earth folk originally being housed here while Earth cleared out the ruins in what is known as the Palace. Sorry, my nose again. Oh boy. My nose again. Sorry. Let's talk about something else. Please. Be nice, be less nice. Nah, it's a nice apartment. Yeah, I'm not here a lot. The goblin laughs. Adari is much better than usual. One time I was on a date, brought her back here. Terrible idea, the date was already going poorly. Imagine her expression when she steps in here, and there's a pile of reports all over the floor, a blocked drain in the kitchen sink, and 15 confiscated bowls of pixie dust piled in the corner. Let me tell you, it took her 10 seconds to come up with an excuse. He recounts the tale with excellent timing. As his laughter fades, he looks around the place and tells you, anyway, it looks better these days. I figured if I'm such a neat goblin like everyone say, I might as well keep my apartment clean too. I have a hard time believing you. Snell living in field? Never. I guess people change. I don't think people change, but I do believe that all folk can control their behavior. They should do, time changes all things. I don't, I'm the exact same person I've always been, flaws and all. Come on, what are you? Fucking Harry Dubois? Time changes all things. No need to get all deep with it. What about you? Oh, God. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, what do you mean I almost died from my constitution screwing me? Jesus! The question cuts tiny little holes in your... tiny little holes inside your skull. In your inside skull. Like the inside of your skull? Clerics are popular, right? Avoid, abort, alert! Oh no! Let's breathe heavily first. The goblin looks at you with no particular expression on his face. Let's try not to die. We already almost died once. Let's try not to die. Yeah, that's a... Just change it. Now. What? But won't that be weird? Weird? The nerves are withering. You're shivering in front of him just from him asking a simple question. It's already weird. Now speak. Start screaming, then speak. The Anuran are interesting creatures. Have you ever met an Anuran? Lovely frog folk. I would rather talk about something else. Snell stares at you for approximately 6 seconds. Then he opens his mouth and says, I understand. He'll allow you to move on. Whew! Hoo-hoo! Sorry, never mind. Do you have something else to say about your life? Me? No, not really. For the last few years, I've just been focused on the halfways and whatever the old lady needs of me. Halfways, short for HWBT, the Halfway Bridge Tribe. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, though I do love it. It's real rewarding. You're clearly good at what you do, whatever that is. He laughs. I ask myself that same question sometimes. The goblin takes a breath. I tell you to look at it from a goblin perspective, but let me put it like this. Lady Sageleaf gave me options in a world of railroad tracks. I get to help my people get real fucking good at it. So for now, I'm going to keep doing it. Better than getting bored. That's for sure. This definitely is not the type of job that ever leaves you bored. He grins. Anyhow, anything else you want to chat about, or can we get going? Nah, that's cool. Thanks for the... I'm not gonna ask you how much the rent is. I feel like that's gonna hurt me. Oh my god. I can't believe that the first thing that causes me to die, that puts me in a position where I almost died, is getting asked about my love life of lack thereof. Like, I know it's gonna, like... I'd rather not die. Like, I already have one reduction from almost dying. Like, I'm just losing my mind. That really happened. Like, that's the position I'm in. Okay, sure. Going down to Waterlane this evening. What is the evening, though? You know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna check. What time is considered evening? Thank you. Afternoon is from 12 p.m. to 5 to 6 p.m. and evening is from 6 p.m. to 8 and 9 p.m. Okay. So I need to waste at least 2 more hours. The depths of Tolsta. Yeah, to the lower layer. I don't know, to the river, might as well. Going towards the holes? Oh, it brings me back here. Okay. I thought... Well, that's fine. I guess it's good that we found out what the cleric's main issue is. Apparently, it's women. Oh, you weren't here before. Nessan of the Green. As we call on Nessan of the Green, at the top of the garden lookout, you see a strange creature hunch over. She's making potions. Ooh. Potion seller, I need your strongest potions. Underneath a large red hat, her drooping gaze slowly glides towards you. Not a hat, she's got an actual mushroom growing out of her skull. The elf drops a final piece of mushroom into the bowl on the table and gives you a creepy grin. A nice cornet you got here. Slowly, and in an appropriately dramatic fashion, she widens her eyes to reveal piercing red pupils. And her grin widens even more. Somehow. Abor, run, leave! Ears, white hair, ashen hue, and those eyes. Nell seems to stay behind a bit. The goblin is staring into the wall. He looks queasy. An elf? Aren't they rare? The city holds many folk, but elves are both few in numbers and seldom intermingle with lesser races. But look at her. There is no elf of Ilim. This is no elf of Ilim. An ancient elven empire, now a shell of his former self, once ruled by Ilim the Mender, a walking god who signed a treaty with Earth. Their great woodsland stands at the border between Ascan and Reeds. Let me guess, all of the elves are white, and they don't particularly like the dark elves. This is an elf of Pymea. Pymea, the elven enclave who live on the undercoast, also known as dark elves, although that's a bit on the nose. Hello, elf? You hear a guttural chuckle leave her lips. A man delves in the garden, his sight set on the mysterious below. Are you that man? Am I that man? More or less. Creepy, is she trying to intimidate you? I'm somewhere between yes and no? Good. Do not see realms in categories. See the in-between. The elf stammers, or is that an idiolect? The elf does not as much stammer as she tastes some words more than others. Not a speech impediment, it is her undercoast accent seeping through. She turns around, her red eyes glimmering beyond a mist of spores. Neswikala of the Green. Call me Nessan. I am underling to Hieropan of Pidana. Hieropan of Pidana, a legendary archdruid of the Undercoast, known for keeping balance, which usually means stopping any proper seafaring civilization from taking hold of the Dark Archipelago. The thousands of islets and or speleothems found across the Undercoast. Of course, a druid. As you look into her eyes, you can feel it. She communes with nature itself on the regular. You're a druid, prove it. He just gives you a goofy smile. I don't see how I could prove as such more than I currently do. She points to her head mushroom. There are indeed not many folks sitting around pretending to be mushrooms in bushes. Otherwise the city would be even stranger. I spend my days handling primal forces, that which grows and decays. Prima, one of the three pillars of magic. It is represented in the natural, wild, savage, and elemental forces of Jor. They cannot be controlled, only bargained with. Ah yes, my favorite kind of magic, the one that might kill you. If you fuck around. Do you know much of it? It's about nature spirits, right? Like warlockism? Well, arguably I should know. They went over the basics on the towers. The towers? Ah, your wizard school. More or less, yeah. She lowers her gaze for what you realize is the first time since she raised it. I would like to hear you tell, human. There is much to be learned from your folk and your settlement in this band. She speaks as though the Earthfolk's 60-something years of civilization building is nothing but a footnote in her history book. How sustainable is your lifestyle? You mean me in particular or my people? But either. She presses down a mushroom in her bowl, sending a puff of spores into the air. Sending, a third-level evocation spell commonly used as direct communication between powerful individuals, city-states, or arcanists. The Norwegian Sending Office employs many clerics for the express purpose of casting Sending across the coast. A house full of clerics casting the Sending spell all day, an important tool for long-distance communication. Sustainable. How do you replenish the resources you consume? And if you do not, how many years until depletion? You want an answer now? If you have it. I'm supposed to know that. I do not mean an exact number of hours or even years until you run out of natural resources. Just an approximation. And perhaps a toll of the impact on others in your vicinity. Think about it. If you focus on yourself, you can probably sustain yourself for a long-ass time. To keep one balanced with the primal forces of the land is the only just way to live. I personally could live on an apple a day, that's really sustainable. That's not good at all, human. Your kind requires much more sustenance. A true statement. Please consume food. I'll make up for it later. Your legs tremble. To be fair, you haven't had a decent meal in a long time. This shows you a worried expression. Care for yourself. Do not let the idealization of a goal hinder a healthy lifestyle. She gives you some of the mushrooms from her bowl. Please, eat. It is as the hedonists say. Hedonists, an anarchist movement spawned towards the end of the Coast War. They dealt with abyssal forces and somehow published the Hedonists, an instructional booklet that made its way across the coast. Listen to your empty stomach. She's well read, even if it is anarchist rubbish. She places a palm against the rough floor. Pidana has helped keep the undersea from being overtaken by unbalancing powers. Demigod, fiends, celestials, your human arcanists. Each creates a power that not only overtakes the primal, they do so with ease. That great war your kind waged upon one another delayed it, but I just certainly believe it is inevitable. She speaks of the unsustainable nature of magic. The primal is just another one of those powers she mentions. It can't be tamed. It should be. Humans barely existed when we're almost extinct. That's a little I think that's a little exaggerated. Come on. Eh, I believe that nature always survives. Most often it does, but look at your so-called burned coast and those cursed lands in Diminor. She means reeds. Diminor is the old name. She should have called it Old Diminor. Nature makes it through most things, but there are forces in this world that can wring the life out of every man if it so wishes. Magic is not what it used to be, but she is wise to stay. We must stay vigilant. She takes a deep and deliberate breath. Now enough of complicated topics. Tell me, human, do you have a mate? The elf speaks of nature as a close ally. You should... Wait, what did you just ask? Oh no, please don't tell me this is gonna kill me again! Stare at her. Well? No, not good. Your companion takes a few steps further away. Oh god, we're gonna die again. Second episode of this shit, I end up dying twice. In rapid succession at that. Not even an hour between both deaths. Calm down. This is not a hostile situation. Elaborate? Of course, I apologize if I was vague, human. I only mean most humans in this settlement group in pairs. I wonder if those of your kind do the same, form such long-term committed partnerships. She did not have ill intent in her original inquiry. Now I'm married to my work. I'm the cleric, I go solo. I've got Snell. He is my friend. As you turn around, you see your partner half hiding behind the corner. I refute that. Sad to say your partner doesn't seem as committed, she quips. She lowers her mushroom cap and sighs. I see, it is the same here then. The part of an esoteric guardian is to be alone. The elf starts adding some kind of oily liquid to her mushroom bowl. A strange substance, golden, perhaps from some kind of undersea well. It's just olive oil, cheap run. If this all F can guide you in any way, make it so. What are you voting in the election? I am not a citizen of Norvik. According to city law, universal suffrage includes any inhabitants of Norvikian soil as of the 1st of Ingarmi 26th. How long have you lived here? About a year. How so? That makes you a citizen. Oh. She's taken aback by this news. Don't I get a say in that? If you don't tell the government, you're probably fine. Then perhaps I won. Thank you, human. What do you know about the tea shop? Only what their roots whisper to me. The elf leans closer, twisting her head to the side. You must delve deep, human. Something rotten happened that day. The green quakes. They fear for what's to come. They whisper. Oh, do they whisper anything useful? She leans back and lets out a resigned sigh. You do not speak with trees often, do you? So you were here when it exploded? No, I was much further below. What do the goblins whisper about? That the city is at fault, that Lady Sageleaf should take over. The usual. What do you think happened? I will not deliberate on things I have no knowledge about. Refreshing sentiment. Well, thanks, ma'am. Snell, why are you acting weird? Shut up. He turns away from you and the mushroom lady. Do not worry, the lady's runner here is not a fan of fungi. I'm just keeping a safe distance, alright? He takes a few more steps away. Your companion must have had a bad experience with mushrooms at some point. You should inquire about that later. It's challenging. You don't look like an elf. I'll do my primal attunement when I'm not exhausted. What do elves look like? Elves are monstrous. Elim elves are tree-like. Mimea elves are simply grey. One of 8 bands along the coast. Great homeland of the elusive and isolationist high elves. A land of artificial forests, cracks covering eternal darkness, and roots burrowing into the very coast itself. Ugh. The have fought a losing battle against devils and celestials for millennia, but their authoritarian society still lives within those great walls. Well, I suppose there are many kinds of elves. She nods. We do not call ourselves that, but to your people, yes, I am an elf. Mia. She closes her eyes. Mia ya oli haya Hatsia. I'm not entirely sure what language that is. We are the elves of stars. Stars, the occurrence of distant celestial bodies appearing upon the sky. If Antisepalian witnesses are to be believed, many old worlds had skies filled with thousands of these gleaming lights. Old Minoran term, meaning before the closing of the gates, used to refer to those who lived before the end of the gate era, exactly 2027 years ago. A term for closing of the gates, the event which ended the gate era, occurred exactly 2027 years ago. He recited the first line of an ancient declaration of war between Elim and Pemea. It is the only known war between elven civilizations in recorded history. Any questions? So you're from the Undercoast, how do I get there? Halls and tunnels. There are more than enough, even within viewing distance. Though I'd recommend gaining Lady Sage Leaf's approval first. Do your people have a great civilization below? No. I believe your people would call us nomads. I got some other questions. I'll get you with your primal attunement later. Well, that's it. Thank you, ma'am. I could have died again. I could have died again. Jesus. Oh, that heals 3. Well, I'm gonna use 1. Convince lesson to teach you primal magic if you're so inclined. I am inclined, I just need to work on myself first. Actually, this is gonna be terrible because, like, a lot of this is just gonna be me getting in and out of places trying to figure out where I'm going. And I have to apologize for that. Like, I just get lost very easily, and the maps here are very large. Okay, but the second that is 5 if we're not involved in anything else. Most central part of the Great Bracken Tree of Tolstad. Among the tangled mess of vines and mossy rocks, you see the thick roots of a bracken tree. They crack open the walls and ceiling of this half-dormant, half-anticipalian chamber. Bracken, an uncanny tree known for its impervious nature. Sometimes called ironwood, the alien forest holds the largest collection of bracken in the world. The great woodland covering most of the border between Ascan and Reeds, it is the domain of the Elim elves. It spreads like a thousand-footed spider, the natural retaking the artificial. It's beautiful. Touch the roots. They are soft on the surface, a layer of moss. Hello? The tree does not respond. Alas, I don't think it's got a mouth or a brain. I guess you could talk to it with some magic, then again I'm no expert. Look beyond the roots. They are thick and create a vast tight forest. However, there is something there. A space beyond the roots. So this is the bottom of the big tree. More or less. The roots go deeper. Much, much deeper. I should break down these roots, shouldn't I? It would be difficult. The tree is ancient and powerful. There's clearly something hidden inside there. While brute force is a bit passé, it might be suitable here. Not now. Nod your head and stop speaking to the tree. I might be able to just, communicate with the tree and ask permission. Like a normal person. Is that another rat? A rat! It seems to want to fight you. I am from the top of the bush. I'm going to see that rat. A petrified bow. Dexterity and constitution. For now, let me put on that bow. Such a horrifying visage. Stepping in front of the petrified person statue, you get a sudden sense of paranoia, as if someone is listening in. It's difficult not to hear very loud. Who said that? Over here, buddy. By the nose. The voice must be some kind of telepathy. Find the source. Who said that? Ah! Stop thinking so loud. It's giving me a headache. Your eyes land upon the nose of the stone statue. At the very tip you see something. Something tiny and unremarkable. A simple ant. Unremarkable? He might be tiny, but trust us, we got a bite. Aren't you just absolutely adorable? Stop calling me weird things. We are one of many. I'm not gonna... Freaking great to meet with you, buddy. An esoteric ant? You can call us one. We didn't really used to have a name since we're a hive mind. So what will do for now? Right, good to meet you, one. Yeah, good to meet you too. The goblin stares at you, then stares at the statue. You're having a moment or something? Point to Snell. Explain this to my companion so he doesn't think I'm crazy, please. Right, sup, dude, you a goblin? Snell perks up and looks around. Psychic ant. Point at the statue's nose. Oh. He gets ready to smash it. No, relax. We're alone and we just need to ask for a favor. The goblin stops. Do you know how much trouble you cranium ants cause us? We had to hire a specialist just to get you to leave. Yeah, it was a whole thing. But we left, you won. So let bygones be by the guns, as they say. He stares at the ant for a few seconds, then he frowns. Fuck it, sure. As long as you guys don't return, then fine. What do you want? We need your help. We were driven from the area a while ago, but we left me behind. We left me? This whole identity thing is really new to me. I've never been disconnected from the hive for this long before. It's really difficult. You don't want to be an individual? I think it's pretty great. I haven't really thought about it too much. But sincerely, that just sounds like a thing for you non-hivers. But if you help me out, how about we give you something in return? Oh, that sounds like a quest. Well, I don't need a reward. I'll help you because it's because it's the correct thing to do. But also, that sounds like a quest. Quests. Gives it those. Why is the cleric so funny? I'm the questing kind of guy. Okay, sure, it's a quest. Yes! We know the location of a secret stash. It's buried in the Undercoast Path, like below this place. Below the city below? Right below it. That's low. Sure is. The Undercoast Path is, well, it leads all the way down to the Undercoast. Right past the gravity flip, although you won't need to go that far down. It's too dangerous for someone like you anyhow. A single cranium ant is not dangerous. The psionic energy is counted in mass. 1,000 of these are required to do anything beyond normal ant-sized power moves. You must help this creature. It is asking for your help, and it would really not be that much of a hassle. Be nice. Carry the ant. Pick up the ant. I will get you to your brothers, my friend. Yay! You're a really cool guy, buddy. We'll be sure to remember you as one of the good ones, once I get back, that is. Alright, so, questing time, you should go down below to the Undercoast Path, and then talk to the ant. Just pick him out of the pocket when it's time, or something like that. Thanks, put the ant in your pocket, then leave. South Caves, beware of monsters. A Divine Era mural. A tall stone mural stands before you. White man craftsmanship. The name of a tribe of feline folk who ruled in Ascani during the Divine Era. The remnants are left scattered in various locations across the band. 3 serpentine figures carved and painted into the surface. Divine serpents. Each coiled and intertwined with the others. Step closer. The colors are faint, but still there. Green, reds, yellows. The artistry is breathtaking. Highly detailed, yet brutish, ancient techniques. This was made by skilled hands during the Divine Era. Obviously, a white main remnant. Examine the serpents. 3 distinct figures, each with different coloring. The top serpent has sharp teeth, predatory. The middle one appears more serpentine, elegant. The bottom one has unusual markings. They're interconnected, bound together. Some kind of divine symbolism. What's the meaning behind the mural? Religious art, inane really. The white men believe in divine triads, 3 aspects of power: creation, destruction, balance. This was a sacred image. Further down this path, there should be an actual temple. Find it, learn more about these noble creatures. Touch the carvings. The stone is smooth, cool. Worn by time, but still detailed. The white man knew how to work stone. Let's leave the mural alone for now. Please don't step on the literal human skulls. Any paintings? Strange markings cover the cave walls, painted in faded pigments. Humanoid figures, simple, primitive. Red and white against the dark stone. Multiple figures depicted across several surfaces. Examine the paintings. You step closer to inspect them. The style is unsettling. Crude stick figures with circular heads. Arms spread wide. On the figures. Some kind of ritual or dance. They scan across the walls. 3 distinct figures, each unique design. These look human. They do. Humanoid at least. 2 arms, 2 legs, round head. But the style is too simple to determine species. Could be human, could be something else. I'll leave it. Like, I'm exhausted, so I don't want to risk it. Which... something other than regular corpse dust in this one. Bone dust. Dust from a bone grinder, very fine and faintly sparking, made out of unicorn horn or whalebone or something, can be used to recover a second level spell slot. Well, that's good to know. Like, I don't want to risk going all the way when I'm exhausted, so... I can't believe that I almost died from having a conversation about women. And it's Nell's fault that it happened. Lisa, you can find something interesting upon its petrified surface. There's something interesting about this petrified wizard. Figure stands before you, frozen in stone, completely petrified. Their arms are raised defensively, hands covering their face. A posture of pure terror. Basilisk victim. Nasty way to go. Why do you guys have just these statues in the area? We don't make the rules, cleric. The old lady would love to clean this up, but there are laws against it. This is designated as a dungeon area, not as in the jail-type dungeon, but as in dangerous monster territory. So if we find petrified victims, no matter how old, we're not allowed to even touch them. Only clerics can do that. And we don't have clerics who spell powerful enough to rebel basilisk victims. That seems to be the case, eh? Anyway, try not to break this poor sword. Examine the figure. The details are perfectly preserved in stone. Every fold of fabric, every strand of hair. Petrification captures everything in the moment of death. Look at their robes. Ornate robes with arcane embroidery. A wizard. The style is old, decades, maybe longer. From the arcane era, by the look of it. Look closer at the cloak. Interesting. There's a rectangular shape pressed against their chest. A book, clutched beneath the robes. It has been turned to stone along with its wielder. Try to see the book more clearly. You peer between the stone folds of fabric. One page is partially visible. The text upon it is somewhat legible. Stone does not completely obscure ink if the pressure was hard enough. The handwriting is cramped, a wizard's notes. Most of the page is obscured by the angle and the stone, but one phrase stands out clearly. Written in bold lettering at the top. Read it. Master Hagginshax, I will learn. A formal phrase, like a student's oath. A legal agreement either spoken aloud or written down. Some oaths, especially those sworn on the names of deities, have real esoteric power over one's body and mind. They can also be broken but at a great cost. Or a fast phrase. Hagginshax. That is the name of one of the great houses of Arcanis in Old Numenor. You commit it to memory. Somewhat interesting, I suppose. Might be important for later. Mungor, HWBT Guardian. Human. A hairy beast towering over you. His face contorted into a stern and probably permanent frown. Watch yourself, this is hallways territory. This is a bugbear. They are most common in the west, living in the rough lands between Fort Neep and the VK. She notices Nell with you and gives him a nod. Runner? Hey, Moongor, things going well? They are going. She nods in your direction. This is your cleric. Seems so, yeah. I thought he'd be taller, she says with a scoff. I will bow to you because I am the cleric. Nice to meet you. The bugbear places a hand on her weapon. Do not cause trouble. A morning star. Beware. Morning star? No, that is clearly just a spiked mace. I believe the term is flanked mace. She will not use it. You look like a great warrior and a woman. Okay. I have some questions about the day of the T-shop explosion. I felt a slight rumble in the earth. I was down here guarding the roots. So nothing too out of the ordinary? Nothing. Nothing I have to tell you, human. Have you seen a man in yellow pass by here? She grunts. The beast can't even speak properly. Is that a yes? I did. Are you looking for this man? Yeah, well, clearly. The bugbear shows you a deep frown and says, if you see him, stick a knife through his heart for me. What? Why? I saw him approaching from the pillar chamber, told him to step away from halfway turf. But that bastard, he cast a spell on me. That handsome, huh? If you fail to resist it, that's on you. Come on, don't be rude. That's awful. No, I was weak. I saw him approaching. He wore an ugly yellow robe. Then he said a few words, and I suddenly happily allowed him to pass. A charm of some kind. I was helpless like a kitten. God, I hate kittens. Run away from her before it's too late. What else can you tell me about him? He had slightly darker skin, unlike most pale humans in Norvik. He carried a backpack and several things. Tools. How much darker exactly? Somewhere between a tan-heel goblin and a pale fell orcs. That's very good information, thank you. She shrugs. Well, I'll avenge your honor, my lady, I swear. Okay. Do what you want, I do not care. Also, you hate kittens? Yes, any child beast, really. They are too weak to survive on their own. That is a disgusting feature of adolescence. Look, I don't like kids either, but what can you do? They're kids. Like, everybody is a child at some point. And it's less of a, oh, I hate them for existing. It's just like, I'm bad with them. I would rather not, be around them. But if I have to, I will try my best. In which direction did he go? Through the south caves. She points towards the damp tunnel down the slope. I warned him about the monsters as he walked away because of that darn spell. I would have hoped for him to be dinner for some hook horror or dark mantle, but the bastard turned invisible as he entered the tunnel. I hate wizards. I can't stand those nerds. The bugbear lets out a grunt. Clearly signaling she's done with this part of the conversation. Can I have that spell scroll you got? No, of course not. I've got this as a gift, I can't just give it away. Please? No. Just take it then. Leave the combo, sneak up on her, and snatch it. Only suckers ask for things. Okay. Okay. What's it like working for the HWBT? They're good. Lady Sageleaf is a great leader. Her power is overwhelming. Yeah, considering I was terrified enough that I ran away. I don't know what this is like underlined, but I don't like. First of all, that's a lie because we ran away and hid in a crate or some shit. But yeah, that woman is enough. That little goblin woman is enough to break a dozen men. Armor. She looks away for a moment. I've been given a life here, a purpose. While I do not enjoy living among your kind, the goblins are fine people. Thanks. Not you in particular, Weasel. Weasel? I don't think I deserve to be called that. Do you do anything else down here? A hobby? A hobby? No. I do tend to do some gardening duty as well. keeping the darkness to an appropriate level and communing with Lord Pooh when the Dark Elf requires it. Oh, the druid, has she taught you magic? Nah, Nessan has shown me tricks. I have no interest in magic and its foul nature. You got a green thumb, eh? No, but I serve well, nonetheless. Okay. Um, I'm going to attempt to flirt with you, madam. You look like a great warrior and woman. I do not look like it, human. I am. I agree, a lot, like a lot. What are you attempting here? She laughs mockingly. Some type of courtship, you're a fool. Prove yourself worthy and I might look your way, you buffoon. Okay, I will return once I've avenged your honor, my lady. She clicks her tongue. Yeah, whatever. She does not hate it. Now you head and leave. I must avenge my lady's honor. And then maybe I will get a date. Let's see, there were a couple of things that open. Phylogenetic agenda. Women, they're everywhere. Your worth as a man is based only on the admiration you get from them. Your goal, get a date. A real date. Good luck. Moongor, the HWBT Guardian, was charmed by a man in yellow. You must avenge her honor to prove your worth. And we're close to around the time. Oh, actually, I also want to check on Frank, son of Frank. Where is it? Election week, no, that one. The Star Witness. Spot a man in yellow heading through the city below. He went through the south gates, which is the other direction. But I don't want to get involved in something where... Mostly, I don't want to get screwed of going to water lane where situations could happen. So I'd rather just continue investigating a little bit here, which I could have done earlier, admittedly. And then I'll check the south gate after I go to water lane and stop whatever bullshittery the teenagers are trying to do. I can't reach that far. Well, I'm trying, bro. A calendar is out of date. Embedded upon this altar, you see a circular stone slab. Whoever has worked this service site in the past has attempted to place it in its natural position. It reminds you of a copper calendar, but far older. This is the moon chart left by the white mane barbarians of the Divine Era. The various glyphs on the surface are not a language, but rather sigils, it seems. Decipher the correct day? No. That is no use. It is broken. Oh. Yes, this is a useless piece of technology. If you feel it is worthy of such a term, well, just leave the thing alone then. You could help from down there. You glance at the step. It is a descent of it is a descent of approximately 50 inches. 2 meters. A way of measuring distances, invented by an arcanist named Uplin Hagenshacks. Today it's only used in scholarly circles. Disgusting. Yeah, whatever that means. Point is, it's not super high. Look over the survey site. You see a dwarf hearing grunts as he swings a pickaxe at the ruins in the corner. There is no point in having a conversation at this distance. Time to get closer. Won't be a problem, right? Maybe later? Like, I'm... I'm curious as to why I'm getting so many disadvantages in esoteric checks. Well, not even an esoteric check. Like, why am I getting random disadvantages? Like, there's an esoteric force keeping me awake. Or away, rather. Maybe it's too early for me to check that. And the spirits are just telling me to stop fucking around. Click. That is not a good click. Bad click, bad click! You feel a pressure change. A rushing wind causes you to be pulled just an inch further into the hallway. Then you notice the wall holes opening up. The goblin behind you is already in action. Back now! Oh, that's... You're about to be swallowed by an inferno. Huh? God dang it! You know, I was not expecting to die, but apparently today is the day I die. God damn. Well, let's do the calendar thing again because I do wanna get that done. And then we'll I don't know, we'll go through the other direction. God forbid. Like I wouldn't have survived that even if I had Yeah, we've read this before. So the thing leads you astray. Like, I'll wait. I'm sure that we'll have to come here again, and next time I won't get involved with that specific hallway where there's a very clear skeleton. Okay, well, we won't go through this one. This one has the skeleton. There's nothing here for some reason. Maybe there will be something later. Oh, hey, that's open. Okay, that's open. That opens from there. Dang it. Everything suddenly goes very, very tight. A cramp? I don't like this at all. You can neither move nor breathe. Cleric, you okay? You hear your companion voice faint, as if he was far, far away. This is possibly quite terrible. Hold on. You're not just playing around. I can't move. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Stop playing around. Stopping like that reminds me of the time that... The goblin takes a step closer to you before jolting back. All around you, acidic gel. Cube! By earth that burns. It is seeping into every crevice. He appears to have been enclosed within a gelatinous cube. A mindless yet dangerous cubic ooze, they are near impossible to spot due to their translucent nature and digest anything within their grasp with a horrendously acidic substance. They are common within dungeons, used as both guards and cleanup. You are statistically likely to die here now. No! Not like this, not in this terribly embarrassing way. What kind of idiot just walks into a cube? Cleric! You hear the goblin's voice faintly behind you. Listen to me. I don't know why, but the cube ain't aggressive. Cube, slang for gelatinous cube. It tosses in a rope that quickly gets sucked into the gelatinous mass. Shove it closer to the edge and grab the rope. I'll help pull you out. The rope doesn't get nearly close enough for you to easily take it, but if you can get it to it, you might leave. Listen to his voice. Oh, that's an impossible roll. The goblin knows this horror. He does not want you to be dissolved. Yeah, I'm gonna die again. Yeah. You struggle against the incredibly hard mass around your limbs. Around everything. Strain and push. You fight, yet your muscles give up after reaching just a little bit further. The burning continues inside and around. Oh my god. I shouldn't have survived that again. Not after the disaster that was, Nell asking me about women. Cleric! A faint voice calls out to you. That feeling isn't nice. The one where you're sitting, eyes fixed upon the bucket. The sour apples sticking out of it like a mountain of bad decisions. That sick and sinking feeling in your stomach. Feel sick. It was not right. But you did it. They told you to. 15. You ate 15! You probably knew it wasn't real, but you did it. And when you walked up to those kids at the bottom of that pit behind the hill sent to a lower school with that bucket filled with 15 apple scrat. German slang for apple core. They laughed, they chanted, "Little shits! Children are the worst." That's when you got that nickname that stuck around until your dad died and you left the hills behind. They kept saying it when you got mad, they said it when you played along mocking yourself. They said it. Apple boy. Apple boy! Did you still try to follow them? To be nice, play nice, be a friend? Apple boy. But eventually they just started running away. Apple boy! Each time you would try to get close, they would laugh and sneer and leave. And so the apple boy was all alone until today. You dumb asshole! Open your eyes. Take the damn rope! He does not enjoy seeing you be dissolved, clearly. Why are you sleeping? Get back to the grind! No more apples, you push, now do it again. Oh, thank god that it turned... Thank god that I survived, so this turned into a moderate. Oh, thank god. You push and fight against the endless pressure of this translucent force of acid and pain. And then, grab the rope. You cling to it. Let's go! The goblin yells and pulls with all his might. Your muscles urge to stop, but the lack of pain on each limb as it escapes the cube's surface causes you to continue. And finally, leave the cube. You pant and wheeze, and cough up pieces of the still sizzling cube ooze onto the dungeon floor. The pain fades. Part of that is your brain not processing the incredibly horrific burns you've suffered. You best heal soon. Next to you, the goblin laughs. Holy shit! I thought you were a goner. Not Yet. Good spirit. Whew. You turn around to look at it. The massive gelatinous cube just stays entirely still. It does not move nor react to your presence. It's a weird one. I've seen a few cubes, but never one that just sits there. Really ominous, honestly. It's clear that this cube is, at the very least, not actively hostile. Pet the cube? You reach forward and carefully tap the surface. But it just bugs your hand a bit. You having fun? Worth it! Deus does not seem to react. Tell me what you know about these things, Nell. For one, they're never this passive. They also shouldn't be this big, I don't think. I've heard of them splitting and merging at times, but not to this size. Beyond that, I just know they're attracted to... He stops and thinks for a bit. What was it? The blood of man, powerful women, soulless freestriders, hot local goblins, foreigners. It's not clerics, he says, I swear on the gods if it's clerics. He snaps his fingers. They're attracted to heat. Warmth? That is a synonym, yes. The goblin points to the glowing torch inside the cube. I bet that has something to do with it. I wonder. Well, at least we survived that one. So it's 5. So technically, actually, let me reopen. Let me recheck. What time is considered evening? Look, I'm sorry that I had to, like, look at it again. I just want to make sure. Evening. Roughly the time between 5 or 6 p.m. and 8 or 9 p.m. So, between those two. So, the problem is that I don't know if it starts at 5 or if it starts at 6. I'm willing to give it, like, an extra hour. You know, see if we can survive the incident with the fire here. Because, like, you know, we survived the other one. We might be able to survive this one this time. Maybe this time the roll would work. He's listening in on everything. Distance surrounds you, protecting you from damage. For the duration, any loss of hit points is reduced by 1. Maybe I should... it's fine. Actually, you know what? Could I not? Prepare oh, I will need to prepare my spells. I forgot. I forgot that that's something that you actually do in this kind of setup. You actually have to prepare the spells that you use. Well, let's do this shit then. The click, that is not a good click. That is a bad click. Huh? I'm extra exhausted, but I believe. Thank God. You just barely escape the deep clutches of the skin-melting heat. Standing up, you realize the fire singed the edges of your uniform. Adrenaline leaving the system. Pain. Burns! Roll around to put out the last fire. But you leave, woo! God damn it! Don't waltz into obvious dead hallways like that. I don't need to see more of your near-death experiences. How the hell was I supposed to know? It was obvious. It was clearly an ominous hallway. I'm sorry, but clerics don't have the ability to esoterically pick up on vibes. The goblin does care, in more ways than one. Now don't enter the hallway before you disable the trap, or you'll get roasted. Again. Looking back, the hallway has no marks of being filled with flames. For the same reason, it's still functional. It's a magic trap. As you dust yourself off, Snell squints at the strange paw prints on the walls. Wait, I think I know this. These marks... This is where you can deactivate the trap. Let's check them out. Yes, they are most likely connected with its esoteric nature. Investigate. Terrible, terrible hallway. Paw prints. One on each side. There are 2 faint paw prints here, one on each side of the hallway. I think traps like these are my least favorite part of the job. How can you tell the hallway is trapped? He gives you a look. The type of look a father gives his son when he learns about the destruction of the family heirloom, a sword passed on for generations. It's a trap, cleric. Should I touch one of them? It could end poorly, but... Yes, the only way to find out if they are esoterically aligned or not. Just be ready for the worst. Esoteric bullshit like this has a tendency to do stuff. Whenever the weird unstable magic around George's coast makes things a bit too wacky, people tend to say this. Hey Snells, your thoughts on these paw prints? I feel like it would be very silly behavior to go around touching paw prints in the city below. But honestly, considering the strange traps I've heard of, it wouldn't surprise me if this was some bullshit puzzle. Bullshit puzzle? Could be something like, we have to press both of them at the same time and that somehow deactivates the trap for a while. Do we gain anything by getting past here? This is outside HWBT jurisdiction. Considering the esoteric bullshit going on down here, it's impossible to tell exactly what's behind here. But if you're looking to search deeper, this could be the way. Unfortunately. Let's not yet. Like, there has to be something there. But considering how tired I am, and how much I fucked myself over, I might want to wait until later. Like, clearly there's something here that matters. Clearly there's something here that we need to check on. But I don't know what. Yet. But it's good that we know that the trap is here. It's a long way down. Well, we might as well go to Water Lane then. See if the bullshittery is already happening. And maybe, find a shrine where I can prepare my slots. Oh, by the way, can I eat the apples? Can I be Apple Boy again? These are... Yeah, apples from last season. They couldn't be shipped out in time, and now they're just slowly rotting here. Just to be clear, I'm not in charge of exports. This is not my mess to deal with. Thank the gods. Just a biomass is immense. It would be an immense undertaking to move it. Esoteric air would be suggestible. I could just hand them out to people for free. Would I eat my way through this pile of apples? You can certainly try. It's not really a question of could, it is a question of do you have the time? As well as will your stomach survive the ordeal? No. You are not capable of carrying such a tremendous burden. It would lead to death. Don't waste your time here. At the very least, I need the least fresh ones. I don't know what you're thinking, cleric, but... He throws his claws up in the air. You know what, fuck it. Go to town, no one else is going to eat them. Ability checks, rolls at 20 with your modifier... Okay. I mean, he's moderate. Ah, god damn it. You look upon this challenge with fear in your stomach. This will be your end. Dig in. Digging in, the first apple goes down the hatch. Another one. Number 2 goes well, at first, and you feel something rumbling. Oh no. Eat at that. A rotten core, and something hard. Yes, that was a mistake. No more. There could be something good in the pile. Keep up! Okay, fine. Oh, god damn it, I did it again. Okay, that's a death, yeah. That last one I did to myself. That last one was on purpose. Wait, really? I have to do the, I have to do the roll with the fire thing again? Oh, man. Fine. We'll do the roll with the fire thing again, and try not to die this time again. Like, we'll do it again, it's fine. I'll try not to die by apples. Yeah, does it look like I'm capable of just figuring things out by vibes? Okay. Wait, I want to check the other thing first. Yeah, it's a long way down. Prepare spells. Prepare spells. To the right you may view a list of all of your available spells. In order to cast spells, you need to first prepare them by approaching shrines which are scattered around the city. For each spell you wish to prepare, fill in its empty slot to the right. You may only prepare a spell if you have a spell slot of the corresponding level available. Okay, well, give me Cure Wounds, give me Grease, give me that, and I have one space for a second level Prayer of Healing. And now, I won't end up dying by the power of fucking up when I could not fuck up. Okay, let's... I'm overwriting it mostly because I want to do I want to try I want to eat the apples.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Constitution. Don't fail me now! God dang it. Eat at that. Press on. Okay, I'll try that when I'm not exhausted. I'll load from this one, please. Once I'm not exhausted, I will commit to my apple eating ways. I guess. And is it in the central Tulsa? To the river. No, actually, I could get from central Tulsa to the water lane. Water lane, right? Yeah. If no bullshitter is going up there, I can always like... Oh, there was the sounds of something. God damn it, I didn't read. God dang it, I was too occupied thinking about things. Huh? Stairs down to the bustling docks. Okay, not continue down the bustling docks, okay. Maybe still early then? Opens at sundown, okay. Oh, this is open. Nurse office, Lower Tulsa. Children's drawings on the wall. Scholarly commendation on the Foundry Commonwealth. Almost there, but not yet. I'm just stuck between the pages. A dream patch. Money. A collection of books. Political, mostly. Snare Appleland. You take a step into the cramped office, standing in front of a sleeping halfling. Is it a scholar? Curse the gods, go investigate his book collection before waking the lazy halfling. Okay. You see a collection of books from the philosophy canon, none of which you are really able to understand. Next to them, a line of famous political books: Ascal's Theory, Hedonist, The Dark Book of Shadow, Alexandra, many more. Alexandra, Nomish, author of The Folk, a collection of essays on the topic of populism, famously suggested the new era to be named the Era of Crowds, attempted to modernize Ritzian theocracies. Someone your patriarch quotes a lot. His ideas modernize theocracies in Reeds, reviving them towards the end of the Arcane Era. No free strider work. Disappointing. Open the Fox by Alexandra. This was the first book placed in your hands as an Earthfolk recruit. Open it. Look inside. It's an old-worn copy of the exact same text. Musings about the divine era of great walking gods and their theocratic states. A history lesson morphing into a series of guidelines how modern leaders, as a response to the drawn-out cause war, should return to the old. The proven, the organized, the divine. Although written from the perspective of not faith nor service to the holy, but rather that of service to the state. A modern theocratic vision, the nation as an entity not bound by the protection and lifetime of its god. Instead, the nation-state will survive on unifying cultural traits passed down from that god to its people. These Alexander rites will fasten them into the earth, creating firm groundings for the states to exist beyond any others. The later chapters go on to describe his dream of a millennium empire, his grand plan, a nation to survive the passing of eras. A collection of ideas he gathers in this dream, an ideology, structure around order, without the weakness of monarchy, the chaos of democracy, or the esoteric dependence on magocracy. The Millennium Empire, the fascist ideal. Yeah, dangerous ideas. Fascism has led many cities astray in Reeds. Whatever your thoughts are, this book is used to reshape the city. You live in fear of where its paths will lead. Just remember, it was written by a gnome. It was what? Alexandro was a gnome. He tried using the so-called fascidi condottieri, the great mercenary warlords of Old Diminor, to bring order to the neglected parts of the ban. He was, however, ultimately destroyed by the same warlords he created when his followers failed in their coups of Salvani. The third biggest free city in Reeds, known for their divine roots, naval expertise, and vineyards, one of the few cities that retained a religious base during the Arcane Era. Ironically, the responsible squad reportedly did not realize who they had killed at first. They had simply been hunting down any non-humans in the city. This was not openly spoken about during your training. But yes, it is true. Something to ponder. That is indeed very ironic. Indeed it is. Let's put that book away. A blind manifesto by the hedonists. The book. The book! Always listen to your hungry stomach, it says with big ugly letters on the first page. You should listen to the book and the stomach. This crazy old text. Same as always, the book begins with a tirade about property ownership. Then on the 5th page, you find a diagram showing how to ritualistically summon a demon. It's incorrect, however, on purpose, supposedly. The purpose is metaphoric criticism of authoritarian governments. The rest is a series of extreme essays on the topics of hedonism, rejection of statehood, free association, maximizing sensation, direct democracy, and reciprocal exchange. It paints up an image of an ideal world, where all can live without strife simply through the cooperation and love of all things. A loving image, communally loving. Made illegal in many cities after its release in 466 AE, this rambling text has survived for one reason or another. Look at the chapter on free love. You flip to pages 50. You flip to pages 52. You remember it well. It has pictures. Tiny scribbling, something akin to stick figures positioned in various and wrapped unities. You remember the words well, the guide on how to make ultimate sensations of flesh. Kinda hot, in a sad way. Close the book. Reading feel like they slowly darken your mind. Open Memoirs of a Statesman by Nicholas Darrow. The first few pages are devoted to a rambling text about the history of governing. From ancient texts from various beasts of yore to gods of the divine era to several arcanist figures, Darrow then smoothly moves on to conflate their accomplishment with his own. Beast of yore, term for the sentient folk who aligned with yore during the Gate era, also known as the Antisepalian folk. Most are gone today. Especially since he also includes an explanation of his lineage, that he is a direct firstborn grandson of Borgo Darrow, the first paladin of Earth. Let's see, first paladin of Earth founded the Earth Guard, as well as the illustrious Darrow bloodline, known for his bravery and inability to be damaged in battle, died of a heart attack at age 40. His passing is used as an example of the importance of aging men to keep track of cardiovascular diseases. It is not so subtle. The many pages go on to describe both practical but mostly theoretical methods of a statesman should use when dealing with the populace, the bureaucracy, and the ideologies of modern life. You haven't read these before. Luckily, you don't have time to do so now either. Generally, the book has a rather rough tone about democracy. A quote you've heard before from this book pops up towards the end. Those who believe in democracy have a wonderful view of folk, to think them capable of making rational and informed decisions devoid of personal bias and emotional conduct. From what you remember, it caused quite a stir when it came out 2 years ago. Quite anti-democratic. No wonder people were upset to have a magistrate use such terrible language. I hate to admit it, but he kinda has a point. Like, I'm not saying he's right, but by God, seeing people vote against their own best interests just kinda like... It causes some kind of radicalizing in your brain, is my experience. It can be a good or a bad one, but by God, it causes something. Open the Dark Book of Shadow by the Shadow Lord. Okay, you pick up the black cover tome, a faint tingle goes through your gloved hand. That's the most evil book I've ever seen. How they'd even get the cover to be that black? It's like a void. Thickened graphene. That is how they create the darkness on the cover. A memory lingers in this tome. If you open it, you shall recall. Open it despite its evil nature. The text is not dangerous. The pages show but a holy scripture of the Shadow Lord's lost religion, one of eternal servitude and the search for life and in death. Shadow Lord, an early walking god of the Divine Era, known for his legion of dead knights and the grasp they held over old Diminor for close to a century. His city, Salvani, still stands today, and is where the remaining Shadow Clerics gather. However, you remember it well. This was the first book you were ordered to study as punishment for your idiotic behavior at the towers. You remember your first journey towards the esoteric. Sure, recall it. How liberating it was. To know beyond any doubt how much greatness hid within your mind. Blurred faces, hushed whispers. A crowd of thoughtful peers each snickering about your hand. A raised hand among a crowd of sheep. Patriarch is not just a religious text. They stare at you. It's a spell book. Those were the words. Oh, how they laughed. He asked you to prove yourself. So you did. I went up to the Patriarch, I took the Book of Shadow. Yes. And then, yes, memorized Detect Alignment. You memorized it on the spot, then you cast the ancient spell once used by the Dead Knights of the Shadow Lord to subjugate and control the minds of his people. A spell that is, despite its first level, not learned by most clerics till they grasp the intricacies of higher tier casting. Everyone was left stunned by your excellence. To not only master such a spell, but to do it in seconds instead of days. That moment, it was yours. From that moment, you marked your place at the towers as the greatest spellcaster, the greatest talent among them all. However, as always, the weak fear the strong. That moment also began your ostracization. You will never be among them, never have peers. None would see you in any way as a brother or comrade. I would be an obstacle. You are. And you shall continue to be. Your vision is blurry. It is filled by the pages of that book. It is a good one despite its religious fervor. As many say, the Shadow Lord was as much an early arcanist as he was the greatest of the walking gods. Close the book. Alright, you're still sleepy. Let's see, detect alignment. For instance, any creature of the types aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead will be clearly indicated to you. Additionally, any behold check will reveal the creature's alignment in accordance to your strings. The spell affects all creatures in the current area. Interesting. You took a step into the cramped office, standing in front of the sleeping halfling. This is a scholar. Hello? Alright, go investigate his book collection. I already did. Hello? Oh! He moans and slowly opens his bushy eyes. His confused gaze focuses on you. Life is pain. What? Terrible, terrible pain. Oh! He mutters and rubs his face. The wrinkles fold over one another like waves on an storied sea. Are you? He looks at you with his wary expression. Then he rubs his nose and sniffs twice. Are you here for the invoice? A quick glance to Snell. His words come out in a stilted halfling accent. No? No. No. Oh. Oh? No. What? The invoice! I don't have any invoice, not for you at least. Snell, should I have an invoice? No. No? No. Oh. Oh, hold on. I've already paid that invoice. You're here for something different. He leans in, facing Snell. I hope Queen Goblin has no quarrel with this old scholar. He holds up a palm. Nah, we're here on city business. Yes, I've got some questions about the tea shop, mostly. A tea shop? When you then are you dealing with Then you are dealing with interesting events. The city has seen its fair share of great calamities over the years, and the tea shop explosion appears tiny in comparison. Tiny? No, it's a huge conspiracy. A huge one. Better take care of it then. Curiosity is absolutely vital for keeping the old brain in motion, so I commend you, cleric. And you as well, my goblin friend. Can I get either of you some fucking water, or He will swear words like coastal winds. You like this guy? He's like a rabid dog without the biting, so far. No thank you. Your companion replies very quickly. You're Scholar Appledant, right? Me, yes! I am Snur Appledant, he says and bows his head in the chair. Scholar of Thornleaf University in dedicated service to the progress of AIS. Short for Alignment Intent Studies, is a very specialized field of study that focuses on the esoteric effect of alignment, its practical uses, and the various ways to interact with it. But what exactly do you do? Many things. Primarily, my expertise lands on the topic of alignment and its mere historical and contemporary applications. Some bullshit, I will tell you. These days, I mostly deal with other forms of study. Specifically, I run this office here on the experimental techniques of psychoanalysis. Ah, yes, he's a scholar of civics. Modern psychoanalysis is an offshoot of his methods. What? The civics method? You read a wonder of the clerical trade. It is a form of mind healing, as they call it. I'll be one to call it support instead. It is essentially the idea that the mental present is shaped by the mental past, and that through dialogue or unreleased unconscious ghosts can be vanquished. So it's talking about feelings. I know, truly horrifying. A Ritzian friend of mine once told me this joke, and I apologize if it is too vulgar for your taste, but he sputters out the words through little chortles. Listen to the vulgar joke. Right. A cleric, an arcanist, and a rogue delve into the lair of the succubus. The fiend defeats all three men, throwing them in her dungeon. But she grows to fancy them, so she offers them a choice. For each man who can successfully satisfy her, she will let that man go. Otherwise, he speaks with little fits of laughter in between she and them, so to say. You actually haven't heard this one. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Okay, I regret this. I'll skip the joke. What a rambunctious tale to go on. So the three adventurers debate in which order to go. Eventually, the rogue and arcanist decide the cleric should go first, as he is a virgin and will be least likely to increase her standards. Your goblin companion rubs his eyes as he listens to the joke. The cleric, being divine and so on, prays to his god and goes to the fiend's bedchambers. He comes out 10 minutes later completely unharmed and gives a thumbs up to his two friends, who of course both feel a great sense of relief. The arcanist goes in next, confident and arrogant. If the cleric could do it, the fiend must be easy. Within minutes his bones roll out of the bedchamber entrance, the man having been incinerated by hellish flames. The rogue is horrified but realizes obviously the arcanist overestimated his abilities, so he carefully enters the bedchamber ready to put every ounce of effort into it. Less than a minute later, screams erupt from the bedchamber and the rogue's lifeless corpse falls out of the entrance. The cleric prays for the souls of his comrades and gathers their remains for burial. The succubus steps out, smoking a cigarette. She tells the cleric, "My, your friends were truly terrible. They were just fumbling about down there. At least you managed to touch it a little." To which the cleric responds, "You are truly an awful creature, and I will pray for your presence to be exorcised from this plane of existence every day until the day I die." Then before he walks away, the cleric also adds, "Oh, but I did heal that horrible wound on you had between your legs. Hopefully that makes you less evil in the future." The goblin lets out a slight gust of wind through his nose. Funny. The halfling chortles loudly. My kind of humor, you might say. In short, you can view the succubus as an evil in the world which religious fervor would pray to repair. However, such operation could often lead to a not-so-optimal path. He keeps on laughing. Or, most simply, you could say it's a basic allegory for alignment itself. The cleric meant well for all intents, but his actions cost the lives of both his comrades. Is that evil, or is it good? And so on. Either way, psychoanalysis. Yes, that's what we were talking about. It's about your feelings, thoughts, memories, choices you've made, things that have happened to you. They can bog you down, so to say, and the end goal in my clinical practice is to root that out in my patients' minds and help them make them aware of repressed negative baggage, if you will, so one can move forward more speedily. Sounds like removing a curse of the mind. In a metaphorical sense, yes. But it's not the only thing I work on here. I am currently exploring the dream of anima animus. That's something to do with masculinity and femininity, based on civics ideas. A dream of a man and woman. You dream about men and women? Sometimes. But the dream is just a concept of understanding gender ideologues. Beyond that, I also focus on a lot on my own unverified theories. He slaps his knee and grins. The folk spirit, have you heard of it? It's something he made up. Doesn't mean it's correct, though. Doesn't mean it's not correct, though. Sounds like a collective folk view on morality. Is that some kind of unified moral or ethical code of a people or culture? No, it's... He leans back and squints. That's not actually that far off. You've got ahead on you, cleric. The folk spirit is a working title for my new thesis. Most of it is, if you excuse my anorad, fucking bullshit. Anura, a nomadic amphibian people, one of the oldest folk type on the coast, sometimes refers to as the last beasts of yore. But in short, it is about how each folk share a number of core communal archetypes, or myths. I have traveled around the coast to collect as many tales, writing down thousands of stories previously only passed down orally. All to see how well my theory holds up in the minds of so many folk. clears his throat and leans back into his chair. Apologies, I am ranting here. Let us put a stop to it. What do you want, cleric? What is love? Well, what are you voting in the election? I'm a filthy Ascalist. Good choice. It is an acceptable choice. The Great Barrier is thrown in a strange context here in the Republican wet dream of ours. Asgalism is supposed to be about abolishing the entire structure of hierarchy. That history is driven by economic struggles, specifically the clash between classes. Asgal's end goal is a classless, stateless society where everyone's equal. But looking at the Norwegian Asgalis, it's clear to me they long ago let this goal slip past. Look at them! They are shaking hands with the establishment, trying to find a peaceful solution, they say. You want violent revolution? He frowns. Look, the hairy halfling mutters. Genuine change, true change, needs a truly revolutionary break with the existing order. There is no doubt about that. Incremental reforms, small changes within the capitalist system will always fail to address its fundamental contradictions and injustices. That's what I'm saying. I'm always saying that. Not that smartly, but I am always saying that. My time in Ritz made that clear to me. But always be wary of simplistic utopian visions. It is a path covering corpses that leads such blind idealism. So I will vote for this social democratic compromise. This handshake with capital. Then I'll go home and peace myself and die, dreaming the next generation will have answers I do not. Any Asgalism is too much Asgalism. You should all be run out of the city. I hope the next generation votes for violent revolution. He grumbles. Do not be too eager to deal out death in judgment, not because these truly fascist regimes do not warrant death, but because whatever force would be strong enough to dismantle them would be so powerful that we would never be able, that we could never trust them to create a perfect realm without oppression. Not even Asgard could do that. And yes, even the revolutionary free striders are fascists, in a deep sense. How do you think they got their start? Through the coin of those who profited in the great suffering of old Ivinor, in the Kusk War, in grinding the flesh of humanity. Free striderism is filthy opportunism, not republicanism. They are just arcanist regiments with a painted mask and slightly less horrific esoterical power in hand. Slightly. So what? We don't even try to bring about Askal's dream? He sighs. I don't know. I'm an idiot. You figure it out. With a deep groan, he starts rubbing his hairy face. Workers tonight and unionization and guild power. It is all well and good until it gets too loud. Make a bit too much noise and the true powers quickly and efficiently drop this illusionary mask facade. The esoteric spell that tricks us into thinking they care. Not that they are in any way Folkarian. Concerned widows seeking to promote the welfare of all folk around the coast. So what about you, cleric? You're voting Asgalis, I presume? I'm voting for the new god king wizard emperor of Norvik, which is me. Voting? My good gnome, I am entirely apolitical. Nah, fuck that shit. I'm voting for the Asgalis, they have my vote. Terrible to hear, but why not, right? He sniffs. Now for something else before I start ranting about the suffragette movement. No, please, I really want to know what you think about the suffragettes. The halfling wags a finger at you. You're a brave man, cleric. Thanks. When the first talks of an election began, it was late arcane era, about 30 years ago. In those early days, the suffragettes were mostly dwarven women. They had the backing of a few hardcore universal Asgali sects that had remained since the Great Project concluded. A period of 12 years where a mass of dwarves immigrated to newly reconquered and founded Norvik to be employed in the construction of the city. But when Earth died and talks of an election grew loud, the dwarven woman had a hard time getting through. Well, because of the less progressive Asgalids, and of course the traditional cultural practices of the Earth folk. So the movement didn't kick into gear until, of course, properly until, of course, human women decided to join. Go on. Mind you, this was almost 2 decades of urban women pushing for universal suffrage. Within just a few years, with the voice of angry, rich human women yelling and writing and protesting, the balanced patriarchy gave in. That's a history lesson, but here's the part I'm fucking furious over. What? Those rich human women, do you know what happened to them? He waves his hand. I'll tell you, many of them are today fascists, can you imagine? They've run an incredible campaign in order to get the right to vote, to break their chains of oppression, piss off the tyrannical men, smash the patriarchy, and so on, all to throw their lot in with that very same traditionalist ideology. An ideology that clearly wants to, well, of course, also just not have any voting going on at all, but specifically not allow women to vote. That's ridiculous. Why would they do that? I ask the same. A part of me thinks it has to do with some type of opportunism. These are women whose time in the spotlight ended, and once they won the right to vote, suddenly their entire platform of activism disappeared overnight. But even still, white nationalists. Perhaps there is some, if you don't mind me speculating widely, some type of perverse psychosexual thing at play here. Highly misogynistic statement. He should do better. Or is it simply a question of class? It probably is. Yes, probably. I don't know. I mean... It could be a class thing. It could be... It sounds bad to say, it's like... Yeah, a psychosexual thing at play is a misogynistic statement. Wisdom is right. But, like... Andrea Dworkin wrote on it. And there is, like, a weird gender thing there. And it's, I would argue, the only writing Andrea Dworkin did that doesn't feel awful. She's kind of a rat femme. Or was? Did she die? I don't remember if she died. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember if she died. But, like, her writing on, like, conservative women is actually pretty interesting. But it's probably it's probably also related to class, admittedly. Like, Hegel actually wrote on that to a point. And, you know, from the point of view of a man, which is not that particularly deep, but... well, a man who's never been a woman also, but, like, I don't necessarily disagree with the idea that the position of women are heavily defined by their by their class, if anything. Like, they will in fact screw themselves not to lose the power that their social status gives them. So, they are mostly a group of rich women, and that will logically supersede their identity as women. If the rich human position in society is threatened, they have more to lose as rich than as women. It's a complex topic, and I don't have fucking time to think about it, even though I want to desperately figure it out. But that is just something I'm fascinated by, you know? His points are somewhere close to coherent. Anyway... I'll ask you more questions later, thank you. I'm supposed to be checking on some teenagers doing bullshit in the area. A dwarf gazes across the dockyard. A cleric, sorry, I'm busy. Dig groan in the bed of water lane. Okay. Okay, there they are. The people, making problems for others. Yod Askal Modisa and Rolla Malak. A tense scene. Ah, cleric, just in time. Four young guys, each looking a bit nervous. Except the angry-looking blonde kid. "We confiscated illegal goods," he says and bows his head. "For the city!" He turns his head towards one of the kids behind him. "How's it going, Earthnies?" "I'm trying, hold on." When the lanky kid trying to cast a cantrip. "Hey, stop it!" He freezes and gives the blonde kid a nervous look. Sorry, cleric." "I'm Rollo," the blonde kid says and takes a bow. "Rollo Malak at your service. Behind me are Earthnies, Stanbusken, and Tolly. We're members of the Norwegian Resistance, a movement to..." "You're thieves! And ignorant book burners." The girl adjusts her spectacles and straightens her back. "With all due respect, Mr. Cleric," she says, "don't believe a word from these thugs." You notice the two other girls behind her, a halfling and a dwarf, both look at each other. "Assholes." "Careful, he's an actual cleric." "Thugs? Come on, Marisa, really? Like like the A aren't just a bunch of ruffians." "I've seen enough." The goblin whispers to you and sighs, "Just activists clashing." As the A? "Ascalise youths. See her green armband?" "Hello, everyone, I'm the cleric." "They've stolen," she hisses and turns to Rollo to bark out, "You stole our entire water line delivery." "There's no denying it now, you are the cleric." "Yeah, sure, of an illegal newspaper. Lord Cleric, I assure you we're doing the city a favor here." "I see, it's a lover's quarrel." "I take that back, it's just a bunch of larpers." Lord Cleric, I dig it. I'm the Lord Cleric." No, we're not the Lord Cleric, come on." "Wait a second. No, I need to correct something here. I'm not actually a cleric." "Are you kids even allowed to be out this late?" Both sides look at you with frowns. "Look, I have a hard time seeing how all humans are as well, but these are clearly young adults, even if they're not acting their age." "Hey, shut up, goblin!" Your companion grits his teeth, grits his I can't speak, his sharp fangs in the blonde kid's direction. "Hey kid, wanna die? Keep talking." He takes a step back. "You're here to uphold the law, right? So arrest these assholes. Now." The dwarf grabs her hand and holds her back. "Marisa, calm down, please." Point at the Askelger. "You explain your side." She scoffs. "Okay, fine." The dwarven friend mutters, "Marisa," in a concerned tone. "We deliver papers for the Asgalian chant. Maybe you've heard of it. It's a pretty big deal." He chuckles. "The paper is not terribly popular, but it is known for radical articles and political stances." He draws a sharp breath. "We have a busy schedule, and right as we started delivering the papers in Waterlane, these pieces of shit started following us. Taking papers we've just delivered right out of people's mailboxes." "That's illegal, right?" asks the halfling girl. It is, I would argue, somewhat illegal, stealing another person's mail." "Of course it's illegal." She does not care for your opinion on the legality of mail theft. How rude. "And then they grab one of our paper stacks from Serva, like straight up assault and theft and..." "Marisa, it wasn't... They can't get away with this." "It probably was not that bad." "Poor girl." "Okay, you, what's going on here?" "First of all, thank you for listening to reason. I know we look like some dumb kids, but we're not." Something about his expression makes you think the exact opposite. Burning the written word does nothing to dispel such a notion. He gestures towards you and then to himself. "We're on the same team here." I don't look dumb." "Stop stalling, tell me what you're doing here." "So... we heard about the Asgard chant being delivered on Tolstad. Or I did, at the guild. I work at the fishery, and I see every day how Earthfolk get radicalized by dwarven nonsense. So I figured I'd get the boys with me and we'd, put a stop to it. Through violence and terror? You want to stop the production of a copper paper. We couldn't figure out what the thing was printed or anything. A lot of copper press signs don't really have official companies behind them. Especially trash like the chant you hear coming from the short kid in the back. Go fuck yourself, Dolly. Hey, relax. I'm telling our story here to the good Lord Cleric. He turns back to you and Cuff once. Of course, it's illegal to distribute unlicensed papers in every official district, so I asked around. Apparently, someone saw these girls at the university going around delivering it. Wasn't that difficult to figure out. It was Modisa doing the deliveries. Fucking Modisa. Oh. She's not allowed to do that, the large kid in the back says with a nod. Wait, you guys know each other? There's history here? Yeah. Back in school, everyone knew who Modisa was. The Asgalis annoyance, the blonde kid says with a grin. Such a terrible nickname. Unimaginative and boring. Also, fuck you. Anyway, that's how we got here. They're delivering an illegal magazine and we put a stop to it. What does the law say about this conflict? The Asgal chant, or whatever silly name his anonymous publisher gave it, is not licensed for distribution in Tolstad. Requiring licenses for public distribution is a typical method of repressed journalistic intent in Norvik. At the same time, it is also illegal to still deliver newspapers from mailboxes, even if those papers are delivered illegally. That's a lot of illegality. Both are in the wrong, in different ways, yes. What are you guys voting now? Obviously, who are you guys voting on the election? Well, I'm gonna ask anyway. Who are you guys voting in the election? Not the time, Snell says, rubbing his eyes. The Workers' Party, she says. Duh. Same for me. The dwarf raises her hand carefully. Yeah. And those stupid boys are obviously voting for the Party of Norvik. The Inheritors of Earth will, a theocratic organization founded to uphold the old ways, headed by the magistrates and 20-something noble families. No, we're not. None of us are. Yeah, fuck that. What? Yeah, no. The silent kid in the back raises his fist into the air. Fuck the establishment! Roland knocks to the cleric. There are deeper forces at work here. Divine forces. I see, you're also voting Asgalin then. Same. What? No! Wait, what, you're not voting for anything? Indeed. We're not voting at all. Not a bad choice considering this mess. You're apolitical. That's impressive. I am also apolitical. I don't engage with politics. That's a lie and you know it, cleric. You know what? Fair. We, the blonde kid says, gesturing to his friends, we are fighting the evil powers, ready to establish a true resistance to anti-human sentiments. For Earth! The girl with the creased brow sighs loudly. Take my god out of your mouth, kid. He stutters and looks to the guys behind him. Sorry. Like, Earth sounds like a piece of shit, but I'm not gonna let you say that kind of shit. Like, while I'm here in front of you. Okay, I've come to a conclusion. Good, she says and nods. She's hiding a nervous expression. Great, good. Try to find a compromise. There's no point in finding a compromise here. Approach the blonde kid to see if you can get these nationalists to back off. Approach the girl with the spectacles to check if you can argue against these Asgals. Nah. The nationalist has to back off. Girlies. Like, you have to break some laws for the revolution, okay? No compromise. Oh, hey! He stares at you, trying to retain his composure. He's terrified. You're frustrated already. You're likely to take it out on both sides if you fail at getting them to give back the papers. Stare at him. His pores are sweating. Wave your fingers in front of his face. He flinches. Please. Oh, thank God. Puff out your chest. Take a deep breath. Place a hand on his shoulders. Your gloved hand grabs him firmly and he gives you a freaked out expression. Kid? Give her back the papers. He mutters, trying to form an argument. No. Stay quiet. He glares at you. Give back the papers. He glances away from you. You can see his mind working behind those wide eyes. Then he slowly nods. Rolo snatches up the stack of papers and tosses them over to Medusa. She catches them with an oof, accompanied by a foul expression. Grumbling, the boys then leave Waterlane. Gods be damned. The three girls collect themselves for a second. Shit! Yeah, wow, that was scary. Mr. Cleric, thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot. Great, now fuck off as well. Stop delivering that paper. It's genuinely very illegal. Your cause is good. Keep at it. But also be careful because it's actually illegal. Will do. And if you want to help out, come by Simi's apartment at the halls. As long as you're a friend, you'll be welcomed. Within a minute they've dispersed, leaving Waterlane a bit less rowdy than before. I'd say that was the right choice, even if those guys seem shady as well. Now let's get out of here. Time to leave. We can take our route now. Oh. Find the location of this cover press and the name of the secret editor. Trouble brewing. Young women running around the streets slinging Ascal's propaganda to unsuspecting citizens. Boys causing chaos in the name of some hapless magazine-inspired rebellion. This cannot be tolerated. It really can be. What? The youth are attempting to get political. They're learning as they go. That kind of looseness will bring Under to his knees, is all. The Asgal youths did nothing to warrant such pushback. This era is one of communication. Ideas interchange freely between a populace of free-minded thinkers, folk dreaming of an egalitarian potential. However, the problem lies with the unfortunates who break and sear Fulkarian thought with reckless unkindness. You must pray for them, beg of them. To please stop being so mean. Appealing to their better nature? Great idea. Be sarcastic. Appealing to their better nature? Great idea. Don't be sarcastic. No. Do you really think that would work? One can wish. Those boys may be unkempt and rough, but they are proud citizens of a great city. They are performing a service, albeit a crude one. One beyond the realm of law. But the youth Asgals, they are even more unlawful. To a much steeper degree. Steeper? How do you calculate that degree of unlawfulness? That's true. In a battle between lawfulness and disorder, those book-burning boys clearly come out on top. The Ascal girls were just doing a technically criminal crime. The boys were doing multiple literal actual fire-related crimes. It is a morality issue, not a legality issue. You weigh morality upon the shoulders of ideology in this case. You see that, do you not? The only shoulders being weighed upon here are your manly bulging muscular traps. As has happened here is a complication upon society, a representation of the wider culture. Young men are drawn towards the rough, downtrodden world of the dreamers, the hope of national unity through an Orthian story, one of leadership and honor. But without that guiding star, there is no such singularity, no control, no wise king to bend the knee to. Instead, those boys are simply expressing pain through violence, enacted onto those who are attempting to craft a more caring future. That is young women. They, as opposed to young men, are drawn towards a more social type of unity, with welfare and Asgalian flattened hierarchical structures. Beyond Asgal himself, who is by his function also a male figure, it is to womanly people you shall look towards. Lady Fair is one. The halfling god? Yes, Lady Fair and those not, the walking god who gave everything to save her people. A young halfling leads her clan throughout a mountain pass and defends it for 3 days and 3 nights. She is known to be responsible for the founding of the Fornib Commonwealth, the unified states of halfling lands in Western Ascan, also known as the Clan Lands. They were allies of Norbig in the early days of the conquest. Today the relationship is strained after Norbig refused to aid them against the Golden Horde. Clanlands, a term for the unified halfling states in Western Ascan. The official name is the Fornib Commonwealth, although many avoid this term as to not annoyed envoys of the Golden Horde. Her words are few but spread far across the coast. Her church is quite active among Norwegian society and as an organization of charity, one open to all folk no matter their origin. An egalitarian dream. That is why women, as harsh as it is to say, are simply more suited for Norwegian leadership. Lady Fair makes it clear. A house held by a woman stands any season. I agree. Women clearly build a more thoughtful and caring world for us all. Feel like a good man for thinking such egalitarian things. But I want to lead in the future. I'm not a woman. Does that mean I have to become a woman? Good. I have no interest in the future or any type of leadership. I want to stay in the darkness and wither away. Damn. I feel like there should be some middle ground here. What about a house held by a person never fails? That's catchy, right? Right. I mean, the problem is that I know women who are terrible. Not all, no offense to women. I used to be one. Not all women are good. Some women suck ass. But I guess you have to believe more in women too, so I guess I'm gonna feel good for thinking such egalitarian things. There is something so powerful about dreams. Ideas spreading from man to woman, woman to man. But the Asgalian dream is not a blessing, it is a smile wrought in pain, a vision of 1,000 layers of intersected nets and labels, tangling every person, snaring them into oppressor or oppressed. And there is oppression, there are unfair hierarchies, the world is corrupt. But not fundamentally. If these boys are pushing back against Asgalism, that is only natural. It is an ideology which pushes a foundational belief that they are naturally oppressively superior. If a young man grows in squalor, finding zero advantages from him being a man among patriarchs, nor any power from being a human, especially if he grows up within non-human clusters, something many of the poorest humans do. When he's unable to find a job at age 19 and has almost no political, societal, or economic power in his life, which dream do you think he would believe in? The one calling him to fight to reclaim what is his by right, a good life as a future patriarch, or the one calling him an oppressor? He does not call him an oppressor, that is an unfair reading. Asgalism is about systemic change. That young man is trapped in the same cycle of violence that all men find themselves since the dawn of time. That he must fight, that he must be a patriarch to have that good life. Asgalism would lay the foundation that allows him to be free from these burdens. He would be free to find that job, that good life, with the same prospects as everyone else. That foundation is laid by raising women to the forefront, by allowing them to flatten our hierarchies and bring about a new world. I suppose if a man already has it pretty terrible in a world where he's supposed to be at the top, then a world where his advantages are gone would seem even worse. I'm sure there's a female perspective here somewhere as well, but I've only really read about that in mom's books. Seems to me like it's more of a branding issue. The Asgalis need to be more in tune with the economic aspect of intersectionality. They're clearly losing out on a ton of angry book-burning boys. Look, I just want what's best for women. No, I don't care about men or women. I'm an equal hater. We all suck. That's such a good line. I don't care about men or women. I'm an equal hater. We all suck. It's true. You're right, Clary, but I'm not gonna say that. I'm sure there's a female perspective here somewhere as well, but I've only really read about that in mom's books. Damn. I do think there's like an intersectionality issue here. To be fair. That is an argument, but it does not change the core values. You need to come to that realization. The one every boy reaches toward the late stages of their capitalistic, pubertistic, and socialist awakenings that... No, not at all. It is only your placement you must understand. Figure out where you planted these 2 feet of yours and accept where your bones will begin their incessantly slowish grinding to the pavement. Learn more. Still yourself. Seek love. Be more. Realize your place in the world. Suddenly understand... solidly understand the entire concept of gender. Well, one is moderate, so... Ow, ow, ow. No. This is far more complicated than you could ever have imagined. So many relations, so many intersectional divergences. How a man who feels feminine connects in the hierarchy with a woman who feels womanly but acts manly in order to fit among patriarchal standards, only to be controlled by a manly woman who seeks feminine ideals in order to break those same standards. It is simply too much for you to make sense of, to break down, to sample even an inch of truth from the whole. No one said this whole egalitarian dream thing was going to be easy. That is true. But this is far too much for you, right now at least. Maybe it is only your side of the aisle which you have any hope of understanding this day. To know man, in order to know woman. Then, yes, everyone lay upon your spectrum, each judged for their perspective and internalized values. You are approximately 0.52 decimals across the line into masculinity. That is, in a less abstract definition, a little over halfway to being a full man. Sorry, what? Slightly over halfway, yes. I'm only halfway? Yeah, that seems about right. Can I disagree on this, or...? Opinions are fleeting, facts are firm. It is not ideal. Does that mean I'm a woman? Of course not. And do not react like some sensitive wimp. The feminine is a beautiful ideal by itself. Fearing it, fearing your position on the spectrum, is weakness by itself. The average man is, if you think back to your ability to sniff out manhood, usually plays around 0.50 decimals of masculinity. That makes you 0.02 more man than the average man. That's not halfway, then. Halfway to being the most manly, yes. You are approximately, averagely, decently middle ground manly. A normally sized manhood inside of a perfectly median-shaped man. Inside? Inside. Your manhood inside of you. Doesn't manhood mean, you know? What are you speaking of? Genitalia. Oh, no! Manhood is a concept, an idea, a feeling of masculinity hidden within your body. It's not the actual thing. That would be ridiculous. Are you sure about that? Of course. Now, you will choose. What? You know, the truth. So choose a side. Which should I choose? Like, which one would be the most useful? In all honesty, you must think of this as a representation of your future struggles. In other words, the person who blew up the tea shop, the one you must discover, will it be a man or a woman? It could be either. A man. A sorcerer would surely be able to sling such esoteric force, but a man is more likely to enact it. What does feminine and masculine mean in this context? It means where the target land on your gender spectrum. They will always be there will always be on one side of this esoterically decided middle point. If you disagree with that judgment, take it up with your. That is the probable outcome, yes. But do not always assume the gender placement of a target. The world is often more complicated than you initially imagine. Tell me more about Lady Fair. The Halflings built a religion out of feminine love. You can do something similar. Lady Fair, extra proficiency in roles when speaking with feminine characters. Tell me about the future patriarch. A brotherhood, a patriarchy. A good and just world, it is within your grasp. Extra proficiency in roles when speaking with masculine characters. I think I'm ready to make a decision. Do so. Stand tall. Do not be afraid. Okay. On the one hand, it says with feminine, it doesn't say with men or with women. It says with feminine or masculine characters. I do not know what the game defines as feminine or masculine. I'm guessing that I can, if it's a butch person, whether no matter the gender, I have to assume that it counts as a masculine character. Like if I see a butch lesbian, I have to assume because she's butch. I'm not sure. Like, see, the thing is, the cleric is so bad with women. Clearly, like the second that he has a conversation with a woman, he falls. That I wonder if picking Lady Fair is gonna be better for me because like it'll maybe help me if I have to converse with women. As for who did the explosion, like we haven't even checked the place, but like I have to assume if it's a big conspiracy, it's probably someone who either already has power and wants more, or someone who is looking for power. And seen as the most powerful person that we've seen so far is the little goblin dragon lady. And she's terrifying enough to make us fold like paper. I don't think she would need to do something like that, and like I don't think she would need to be involved. And there's also the guy in the mortuary, in like the guy at the very beginning that apparently he has something weird going on and he could be involved. I don't know, but like he has a check for like 31 wisdom. So that could be related to that. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with Lady Fair just in case that it will help me with any future flirting. It is done. The feminine has entered into your body, your soul, your blood. Be kind to all. Be slightly less confused about gender. Yay! We're slightly less confused about gender now. And we are extremely Ascalist. Oh, a level advancement. Ability score +1, +5 hit points, 1 hit dice. I think I'm gonna give it to Wisdom. Like, Constitution is such a pain. I wanna give more to Constitution. Okay. Oh, it's been a while. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself my coffee. I should have done that like an hour ago, basically. But yeah, I'll get my coffee and then we'll waste time until we can talk to whatever the fuck is his name to get permission to enter the tea house. So I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Well, now that we finished that, do I keep talking to the Nah, probably not. Let's get the fuck out of here. And just investigate places I haven't investigated yet. Alright, see me. I was told that I could be invited. I can't do that? No. But I was invited! Maybe at a later time then. Oh wait, no, I didn't want to go there. I want to leave the garden through here. Our lady's apartments, right? There was this. Right, mostly it was this door that I don't remember if I even tried to. Okay. Yeah, which is the other side of this thing. A bunch of site safety rules, and it says if broken, contact the local union representative. Can you not? Something's stuck in the ear. The cuffs keep spinning. But you notice something. A shiny red thing stuck to the inner part of the top wheel. The dedendum. It's called the dedendum. You approach the cog and the sticky red thing is stuck to it. In the dedendum! Oh, it's daunting. I will return for you then, after resting. Oh, up here. A letter wedged between some roof tiles. Resistance note. Interesting that it, like, it's marked, but I can't do anything about it. Small amount of pixie essence incorporated into a sticky patch can be used to recover third level spell slots. Piece of paper stuck in between the roof tiles. A handwritten note entitled Important Notice. To resistant members of Tolstad. Read the note. Tonight's things is cancelled. Meet up tonight on Waterland instead. It's time to stop the chant. Signed by R. Chant. Locally produced newspaper by Ascal authors. Waterlane? You know what Waterlane is, don't be stupid. It's right down below, you know, the underground port, largest port in the city. Closest path is probably through Pillar Crossing. When's this meeting? This evening, it seems. Tonight should mean something like between 19 and midnight or something. 19 on midnight or something. Right, interesting. A bit scary too. Young people should not be running around. They could hurt themselves. You ever heard about our resistance, Nell? Yeah, the Norvig Resistor or whatever. Minor organization, basically a bunch of human kids causing trouble. I only know them because they wiped away some goblin graffiti couple months ago. I went and talked with one of their moms, nice old lady in his housing. After that, we didn't have any more trouble. An nickname for the housing district where the poor live. They're nationalists? Nationalists, I think. Bunch of boys. Human boys tend to lean nationalists for certain reasons. Yes, obviously, roll your eyes despite the fact that he cannot see it. Boys can be non-fascists, it's possible. He shrugs. Sure, anything's possible. Damn. I guess that's another way of finding out about that. Like, that's another way you can find out about the entire thing. Although now I'm afraid that I need to go back because I'm stupid, actually. I should have, like, was I there early just because I used the power of searching what they define as evening in most places? Sleeping for 7 minutes, come back at the midnight-ish. A tree rising from above, a show of nature's true force. You look up at the branches of a bracken tree. It stands tall in the garden, towering over you. It is majestic. Nature is reaching tall and deep. These roots go below the city, nay, even below the river. Touch the tree. Your hand lands firmly on the bark. Good tree. Strong tree. Connecting with the natural world. Well done. Look up at the branches above. The wind causes the leaves to dance. Wait, between the branches, high above. Oh, is that a hole in the bark? A hollow, just wide enough for you to stick your hand inside. Something glimmers up there, treasure in a bird's nest. Yes, get up there now! The branches shudder in a sudden gust. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I suggest not doing that. Climb that tree! You grab onto the trunk. Pressing your entire body against the rough bark, you slowly make your way upwards. Go, 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 just a bit more! Please get down from there, cleric. Let's go down slowly. Not worth it, not at all. You decide to ignore the challenge of the tree and slowly inch your way to the bottom again. Sanity strikes like lightning, eh? Now can we go? Bye, tree. I'll get to you once I'm rested. I will get to you. Main entrance to the Drunken Sphinx. Oh, Vera is here. Miss Nearly. Smarter Tango. Brass bow for hire. A jukebox. Well, goddamn. And all well. Halsey's Vault Guardian. Madam? Stairs up to Tolstad. Let's see, and it leaves me up to... here, okay, I've been here. Technically, that's for, yeah, for young and dumb, so I think that I shouldn't worry too much about it. You know, I was hoping that maybe Frank's son of Frank would be in in the tavern, but I guess I'm hoping for too much. The goblin glances at you. His eyes lit up for a second, but then he notices Snell. Smarter. Snell. Don't cause any trouble. Okay. Snell motions for for you both to leave the guy alone. One of your cousins? Something like that. As the two of you take a step away, Snell sighs. Smarter is a notorious pickpocket. Don't let him get too close. You should learn from Smarter. Oh, he's a common thief, eh? Snell rubs his eyes. No, look, I'm talking a real, actual pathological kleptomania case. Like a can't keep his hands away from pockets type deal. Except Smarter, he fails every single time, hurting himself in the process, too. Oh. Yeah. I don't think he's ever gotten away with anything, so just be careful around him. I don't want him hurting himself again. Okay, let's stick around then. A donation plate. The scent of smoke fills your helmet as you approach the hooded goblin. He takes a drag from the pipe, his rough face illuminated. He's glaring at you. Didn't I see you at Pillar Crossing? The hooded goblin does not reply at first. Then he just looks at Snells with a foul frown. I see you're getting more crumbed by the day. Fuck you! Identify yourself, goblin. You hear him clear his throat, slowly. Nah. I suggest bothering someone else, human. You know these guys now? Sure, that's Russ. Ignore him, he's not interesting. The hooded goblin lets out a cloud of smoke. Listen to your pet, cleric. What was that? Did you say something, Russ? Pure rage is building in your companion. He only scoffs at Snell's question. I feel like there's some tension here. Yeah, let's go before he does something stupid. Maybe next time. Maybe we'll do something stupid next time. It's a small plate with a fair bit of crowns scattered about the surface. The goblin glances at you as you approach the donation bowl. I want to donate crowns here. You do. How much though? Don't go overboard. She's an artist. They're rich. Highly unlikely. 10 crowns is good. You place a handful of crowns into the bowl. A good amount. Oh, thanks, cleric. The goblin seems to be playing around with the strings of her instrument. She's tuning it. Hey! Her entire body jolts when she sees you. She's frightened by your garden colors. I'm playing a session, okay? Okay. Okay. Take your time. She finishes whatever she was doing to her instrument. Alright, let's hear this shit. Don't dance, you'll hurt your chances at anything in this here tavern. Let her play. Okay, here we go. Leave and let her play. Oh, hi Vera, how you doing? It would be something akin to 1,000 a month, standard fare really. Obviously, all of my proprietary deals will have to be included in that. Obviously. Which would make it more akin to double that price at least. The orc woman places her cup on the counter and leans forward. We hope you'll consider it. The Finnish woman behind the counter gives her a wide, sharp grin. Vera turns to leave and almost walks right into you. Whoops. Cleric, lovely to see you again, but I can't stop to chat to swing by Waterlane later with you. As the orc steps past you and leaves the tavern, you look over to the woman behind the bar. She locks eyes with you while putting away the orc's cup. Rickspiter, local taverner. Behind the counter stands a woman of Indish origin. Focused on filling up one of the taps, she immediately stops when she notices your approach. A tiefling. Welcome to the Drunk Sphinx. Well, my good lord, a cleric. How lovely to see the city stop by. She gives you her full attention. Named Ricksviter, I'll be serving you tonight. This woman is a perfect hub of information. Pick her brain. I want to pick your brain. Point at her house. How did that happen? Actually, I need to make it clear to you that I'm not a cleric. No way. Yeah, I am the cleric of Narvik. The cleric? Oh my. Aren't you a catch? You're the tavern owner and you have a bunch of information that could help me in my quests? Sure. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask. I know more than most in this sprawling city of ours. Oh, Snell! She exclaims as she notices him over the counter. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Want something to drink? I'm on the clock. He nods towards you. Oh, you're the escort, eh? That's not how I'd praise it, but sure. She laughs and sticks a sharp finger in your face. Don't get Snell into too much trouble, you hear? He's already grumpy enough as is. The two of them clearly share a past in an enemies to lovers kind of way, only without the lovers part. Well, that's sweet. What's up with the, gesture towards the Sphinx? Oh, that's Ulysses, great gal. She's a Gino Sphinx. She's been here since, like, early Gate era. A monstrous being often found undertaking missions for the gods, a feminine force capable of seeing through time and space, collector of ancient lore, and dispenser of riddles, known to test mortals to uncover their true worth. But good luck getting more than that out of her. And she always drinks this much? Yeah, that's the only reason this place stays open. She lets us all hang around her sacred chamber, and in return I get her pumped on some river wine. Cost-wise, it's not that much worse than a regular city rent. Thanks for telling me about the Sphinx. No problem. She says with a wide grin. You two friends, Nell? No. Don't say that, you're hurting my feelings. There's tension here, you should mention it. I sense sexual tension between you two. Does Nell spend a lot of time in here? You don't need to ask her, it's not relevant. He does, she says, ignoring his comment, although this is the most convenient place for the HWBT, so it's not like he's got too many options. We got all the wonderful goblin we could need here every night. Great, I've got some other questions. What do you know about the tea shop? It blew up. She looks shocked. People keep saying that. Right, very strange. She gives you a quick shrug. Wasn't here, not usually on Tolstad over noontime. I'm more of a night gal, obviously, so I'm not much help, sadly. I've just had the regular. But I could recommend talking to the kid at the kiosk upstairs. His brother comes in here often, and I overheard him talking about it. Yes, I spoke with Arn. Great, hope you didn't scare him too much. Kidding. What do you know? Tell me about the owner of the tea shop. Drummer, he's a real piece of work. Like, I'm impressed that he can keep that tea shop afloat for so long, but... Look, I just know the rumors, okay? I love rumors. She leans in with a smirk. Same. Drummer kept the tea shop full of Ascales, mostly young ones. But supposedly he's been working with the freeze traders on the side. Like some kind of spy, she laughs. Could you imagine? Do you think he blew up the tea shop himself? No. She shakes her head and repeats her answer. No, that bird couldn't make a ballsy move like that. Now run away from it, for sure. That's what I'd expect. And indirectly, I'd be surprised if he's not at least a little to blame. Where do you think he's at? Well, I do remember him mentioning something of an escape plan one time. Really? That sounds very relevant. The bird was drunk, okay? Mutters something about covering every liability. And how his escape plan was, look, I thought it was a bad joke. But he said, from what I can recall, that his plan was to sneak into a crate and ship himself to Reed's. Idiotic, you'd have to survive for weeks in a tiny cramped space. Some bear folk can survive for months without sustenance. And if he had friends on board, they could just let him out after they passed the immigration control. This bear is smarter than I thought. I mean, I'm sure it's happened at some point, historically. She shrugs, drunken ramblings, but if I were you, I'd check water lane. That's it for now, thank you. Do you know of a man called Frank, son of Frank? Your question causes her to let out a hearty laugh. I'm so happy I'm not the one having to ask a stupid fucking question. No, I'm afraid I haven't, she eventually manages to tell you. Sorry, cleric. She cannot help you. What is the tavern talk? Talk of the tavern. What's the hot goss, as they say? The fiendish Shabberkeep suddenly stops cleaning the counter and stares at you. Wide-eyed, confused. Excuse me? No, I'm asking, she tosses the cloth over her shoulder. You want rumors? Yes, please. Well, have you heard about the missing paladin? That's a bit of a mystery. Lord Gorm is said to have gone missing in the city below, although really it's just rumors. The last anointed paladin of Earth, one of the original faces of the party of Norvik, he went missing months ago and many believe he has abandoned his post. But I haven't seen him for weeks, so it's a bit worrying. Lord Gorm, of course I've heard of him, he's the last paladin of Earth. He's very important to the city, I'd like to ask more about him. Sure, I don't know much, to be completely honest. But if I were you, I wouldn't get my hopes up. You know him? I've handed him drinks a few times, exchanged a few words. Sure, I know him. What does he look like? Big guy, a guard-like outfit but with more gold. Not the type you'd like to arm wrestle. Other than that, green eyes, blonde, long hair. Did he wear a helmet? Oh no, never actually. He always showed off those golden locks. Guess his proclivity for vanity very much surpassed your own, cleric, she says with a playful smile. You ever heard him say anything suspicious? She laughed. Look, drunkards say all kinds of shit. Can't read too much into it. What do you hear? Mostly a bunch of ranting about how every single political entity in the city should be burned to the ground. Some typical pro-human slogans, you know the stuff. So Lord Gordon is a fascist, got it. She laughed, might be simplifying the issue a bit, but sure. You know where I could find him? I hear all kinds of rumors, cleric. Either he's cracked under the pressure and started living as a fisherman or beggar on Water Lane. Or he's died in the tunnels below, fighting undead abominations. Or he's jumped on a ship to Muletown. Many say Lord Gorm wants to head out into the infinite wastes through tolls passing. Or tolls pass, rather. I'm more used to passing. The valley containing the inland end of River Torna, as well as the farthest stretches of Norvikian civilization, known for its rare mineral deposits, the terrible barnacle goose, and almost as horrific esoteric storms. A black, feather, medium-sized goose, known to consume travelers up in Toll's Pass. I don't like geese. Esoteric storms. Great waves of moving esoteric pockets come on close to the endless waste and Yours Point. None have been recorded in modern history along the coastline. Yours Point, the legendary first gate. Based on archaeological evidence, the beasts of yore believe Yore to have first entered this realm at this location at the farthest point of Yore Sea, right where all the bands collide. None who have tried sailing to this point have ever returned. Your sea, named for the Great Sea, which the bands surround. Either way, I don't think you're going to find him, cleric, but maybe there's some clues as to his face somewhere in somewhere here in Tolstad. Who knows? Thanks for the information. You read the Asgal chant? Nah, not my scene. But since the tea shop went poof, I got a lot more patrons bringing it here. I wonder why. Very strange. Why? She sighs and rolls her eyes. The Asgals love that tea shop. Now they're slowly trickling in here. Where is it printed? No clue. Here is somewhere on Dosa, though. In some dark corner, probably by a group of angry dwarves, I imagine. Who writes articles in it? She shrugs. A group of angry dwarves. Look, there's a reason why nobody knows anything about this damn thing. It's illegal. Whoever's printing it doesn't have a license, so the city keeps trying to bust them. It's sort of funny when you think about it. Well, that's all about it that I need to know. Who are you voting in this election? That's a cheeky question. Don't worry, I will not repress your political opinions. Promise? Press a hand against your cheek and scream. I swear, Lady Rigsby, my term. I promise. You made this woman very happy. Early on, I thought about voting for the agricultural party. They had a big focus on small business owners. That's me. But obviously they moved over to a bigger worker class focus and are now completely swallowed by Ascalism. So now I'm leaning towards the free strata as they want to build up the economy and increase trade, which will directly make my life so much easier. Plus it's hard to ever vote for the nationalists when they want my kind to be a second-class citizen. And the free strata will let you buy your way to first class or what? She gives him a half smirk. Something like that. You like the agricultural party? Liked. They had a neat manifesto, okay? Freedom of movement and business type shit. Why not vote green? She holds up a hand and gives you an incredulous look. I like to keep my profits, duh. Your companion scoffs. Fuck fascism, at least. Give her a high five. She enthusiastically gives your hand in a satisfying smack. Hot shit. Hell yeah. What would make what would make trade? Nah, that's all the politics for now. Thank you, ma'am. That's all that I need to know about yourself for the time being. A lull falls out of the ambient cheer, just a bit of uncertainty as this cleric steps before the tavern's singular attraction. You have the bravado to wow her. Be exactly what you are, do exactly as you do. Look up at her. Towering, you stare at this somewhat feline creature up on the stage, a living myth, currently taking a swing out of a barrel, clearly not paying you any mind. The scent of cheap wine lingers in the air along with an esoteric sensation. A giant sphinx is not to be trifled with. Her physical characteristics are not enough to crush everything that is you. Or rather, are enough to crush everything that is you. However, she will not have to raise a paw, for her magical prowess could exile you from your realm in an instant. Tread carefully. Your legs tremble. Give her a deep bow and don't say anything. Good, treat her like a cat, let her speak first. The Sphinx looks down at you. Meeting her glowing blue gaze makes you feel like you're falling far, far below the world. There are eras of wisdom behind those eyes. Her expression turns dark. Dark tidings bring you to the hearth. She speaks low and rolling. You see a hint of chaos in her movements, unfocused. A helmet dog, dragging its leash around the vestiges of yore. She extends a claw thick as your arm and pokes you in the stomach. Woof. That's ridiculous, dogs don't wear helmets. She lets out a deep breath. It smells like an old basement full of booze. Nor do free men. What? That does not make any sense, she is drunk. Could be a riddle. She takes another sip from her barrel, not looking at you. Watch yourself, cleric. He whispers to you. All this isn't one for idle chit-chat. You know these things? He shakes his head. Every night there's a drunk jackass that asks for a riddle. She usually doesn't hear them. It's fine. Oh, a riddle! That would be fun! Thank you, Snell! Did you not hear me? Hello? I wish to prove myself worthy, great Sphinx. Worthy, little one. Worthy how? Don't you give out riddles? Certainly. Are you ready? Yes, please, I love riddles. She finishes the last bit out of her barrel and puts it down with a slam. Then the Sphinx leans in, hissing. Once I had the sun's favor, my crit cling close the wall. The light of the day, the great source of power that moves alone across the sky over the day. It follows a different pattern of movement in each band and with each different intensities. In a scan it is small and moves quickly. Matured in shadows, I've witnessed empires rise and fall. Once left in silence, now the life of the ball. She raises her paw and gestures to the open chamber. Here I remain at rod of remembrance, a history's thrall. What am I? Easy. The answer is wine, specifically grape wine. Clinging to trellises eliminates many other fruits, and grape wine has been made for generations. Though given that this is an entry-level riddle, you imagine simply wine will suffice. A lovely poem about our life's journey, how time changes all, even the simplest grape. God damn it, I'm still... What do you think, Snell? The Sphinx turns to Snell with a frown. Oh, you know, this seems like a personal reason for you, not me. So I'm just gonna watch, alright? Just question, what happens if I get it wrong? She squints at you and raises her chin, same as all those who wander these halls. You will lose everything, eventually. There is no threat here. She means your only pain upon failure will be existence itself, a mortal life. Well, this sucks. Oh my god, I did it. I thought I was gonna fail. Your mind settles on a singular possibility from the simple riddle. Matured in shadows. With no doubt in your mind, the answer is, obviously, it is wine. Obviously. Once in the sun, matured in shadows. Been around for a long time, life of the ball, at rot. It is certainly, obviously, even wine. Good, now tell the Sphinx. Clear your throat and tell her the answer is wine. Wine? She gives you an intense stare. She's totally going to eat you. Yeah, wine. Also picks up a new barrel of wine. She pops the cork open. Wine. Yes, that is very correct, little one. Wonderful job. Another riddle solved. Huzzah! Since you're so amazing, would you be interested in a quest? Absolutely 100%! She gives you a serious expression. Accepting a divine quest from a sphinx is no trifling matter, mortal. In fact, few would survive such an ordeal. A quest? Indeed. Behind me stands a bolt. It opens only to those worthy. She leans her massive head downwards, close enough for you to smell the wine breath. To prove worthy, you must solve my most ancient of riddles. So old it was handed to me when I was first stepped inside this chamber millennia past. I am pretty great at questing. I'm sure you are, little one. Your companion whispers to you, you're going on an epic Sphinx quest now? Sure, why not? Not like we're on a job or anything. Turn to your companion and whisper, this is important, Snail! Maybe to you, not really, it's very important to the job too. Convince me? It could grant me esoteric knowledge, or like the tea shop? She sighs. Fair enough. Look, I won't stand in the way. Just don't waste too much time on it, okay? The Sphinx stares at your companion. A hero must face much adversity during his quest. She laughs quietly to herself and takes a swing of wine. So what exactly is this Sphinx quest? This is a riddle, the answer of which is not uttered in words, but revealed by action. She goes quiet and closes her eyes. Just listen. Found within the arcane flare, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. A third-level divination spell. It grants the target the ability to understand all languages and for the target's speech to be understandable by any sentient listener. She takes a breath, revealing a wicked grin. Burrowed deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. And she leans in, almost whispering those final words. Folk and gods enthroned in earths, a man divine alone howls his words. This is intensely vague and cryptic. That's very vague. The answer is not something you can speak. She uses a massive claw to grab something from her pile of stuff and tosses it to you. A tavern key. Once you understand this riddle, return here. You can only solve it during daytime. Alone. We wouldn't want anyone else accidentally figure out this riddle, would we? She glances at your goblin companion. The goblin groans, I am not interrupting the job for that. Do it in the morning or something before you pick me up. The Sphinx chuckles, I never sleep, so you can show up anytime after sunrise and before the tavern opens. Looks like this could lead to one hell of a treasure. You're a very impressive creature, you know that? She taps her claws. Where are you going with this, little one? Oh boy. Get ready to run! Yeah, this might be a bad idea. Your goblin companion kicks you in the shin. You wanna get mace? He hisses at you. That's how you get maced! The goblin is referring to the concept of being magically transported into an endless prison. 32! To woo the beast. Which is technically something a giant sphinx could be capable of, just so you know. Okay, never mind. Alright, little one. I'll assume you simply cough very loudly. She sips her wine and gives you a side eye. I'll be going now, thank you, Great Sphinx. Maybe one day I'll be able to seduce the Sphinx. But that day will not be today, apparently. Now... there was someone there. Wait, are you Frank, son of Frank? Oh no, you're not Frank, son of Frank, you're an assassin. Your muscle stands up. A face of iron appears from nothing. You hear the goblin say something to you. Dagger. Dagger. One-handed piercing weapon, good at making holes in clerics. He doesn't need to raise his voice. You know the gravity of the word. Yeah, because I'm here. And I'm gravity. This is no time for introspection, get ready now! I have to roll for initiative. Ow. Well, that's bad, I'm going last! Breathing stopped, fear response began. Snell gets ready to act. His eyes quickly assess the situation. The goblin squeak. The goblin gets a hold of your garments and pulls you aside. In one fast tug, he's managed to move you a bit to the side, not by much, but it is enough to save you from that blade. Let's hope so. The masked one is ready. The masked one immediately rushes forward, the sharp dagger thrust towards his target. Fortunately, the target, you, has been pulled aside by Snell. The dagger misses you by an inch. Clary, wake the fuck up! This guy wants to kill you, don't let him. Can you ask him to put the blade away? Enter regain composure. Oh boy. Look to Snell. Just a glance and it's easier. The goblin is moving, you're already behind. You've lost your composure. Ugh. None of this is good. Okay, let's... If I had known, I would have rested. Anyway. Oh, thank God. Barely. A deep breath, you close your eyes. It feels like a minute, but with your body's current bioperception, there is no doubt it has only been a few split seconds. Now you are ready to strike. After the initial attack, the masked one goes in for another attempt. Your goblin companion jolts his arms to the side and a thick string appears out of his sleeve. It's a long woven cord with a pouch at the center, along with an iron bow. Yeah! A loud thud explodes from the lower left hip of the masked one. He squeaks. Direct hit! Despite the damage taken to his body, you can hear him grunting and pulling himself together. Once again, the masked one lunges forward, the dagger now aimed at your vitals. For your vitals, rather. This could kill you. His movements, they are desperate. The masked one does not do this out of devotion, it is fear. Cleric, look out! Oh god fucking damn it, really? The dagger hits. Right below your neck artery. The shock sends a shiver through your system. Fuck! You hear a weak voice behind the mask. His breath's short and strained. This will not continue for much longer. This fool will run away. You must stop him. Daunting, moderate. Quickly check your wound. You tap your hand against your neck. The area hurts, but more importantly, it is not wet. You will leave. Challenging. This is still moderate, so... Natural 20, nice. Spending a few seconds actually thinking about it, you realize what this is. A quick hit. This guy will run away, so you should prepare a strike when he tries to get away. Just so. The masked one seeks your death, but not a real fight. They will not seek further violence this day. Is it over? After an impressive display with his sling, the goblin rushes forward trying to grab one of the masked one's legs. You're not getting away, asshole! The masked one immediately starts sprinting away. A fight that is over need not be fought. You get an attack of opportunity here. Take it! Take it! Let's see. That's a -3. -2 because he's staggered by the bullet. And the snail's grabbing his legs. I kinda hate that. Why did nobody tell me that I needed to rest before a fight? I didn't think that I was gonna need to roll for initiative. Whatever. Let's chase him down. Oh, thank god. You rush after the masked one. Once you manage to grab an arm, it doesn't take long for you to pin him to the ground. He's struggling. Careful, he might get loose. A tingle. An esoteric tingle. Magic. Oh, you need to... The goblin rushes after you. Get him! Quick, stop him from speaking. Gag him. I can't gag him. He's wearing this damn mask. A cool. A Sammy. A dummy. In an instant, the masked one is gone. What? The goblin looks around. Invisible? He swings his head around as if fighting the air. But you had him. Shit, was that teleportation? Most likely. Damn it! He rubs his chin. Someone wants us dead. Or you, more likely. Wait, why me? Snail shrugs. Looked a bit high-tech for a goblin mugger, he says and wipes some dirt off his pants. Yeah, way too esoterically equipped. For sure. And I didn't exactly get targeted either, so... I think you got a magical maniac after you, sorry to say. Great! How delightful. Adrenaline wearing off. Beware. Everything is a bit wobbly. Oh boy. Cleric, do you need any, motions toward his neck? Feel your neck. You press a hand against your neck, right where you felt the blade hit. The area hurts, but more importantly, it is not wet, like I mentioned before. You will live. Nothing but a minor bruise. You can heal that with your magic easily. Fine. He got my armor. Really? Yep. Aren't you lucky? He says, taking a deep breath. That's what we're gonna need here if someone's sending assassins after us. Even incompetent ones like that. Why would an assassin be after you? This warrants an investigation. This bloodlust is something deeper, a devotion. What have you disturbed? Who do you think actually sent that guy? No clue. Truth, the goblin knows nothing. But let's hope they're as bad at their job as that guy was at his. Yeah, this assassin was really ass. That mask was weird. Yep, gives me the creeps just thinking about it. It looked like some old ceremonial thing. Religious rites, sacrifices, cults. Cultists? These days, evil cults aren't a thing in Norbik. He gives you a snide smirk, if you believe the magistrates. He's implying there is a world underneath the city officials do not know or care for. Could also be connected with something below. He snaps his fingers. We should go ask Nair, your new scholarly friend. He might know a thing or two about cults. Why attack us? Great question. My initial guess, an enemy of Lady Sageleaf. He furrows his brow. Won't let an insult like that slide. Perhaps it has to do with your supposed stumble into the river. Surely it must. The goblin's problem, or yours. Glance down into the abyss, and move on. The ambient groan of Norbik's red rocks echoes below. The river coursing around you, hugging you. Look down. You glare into the darkness. But you will see nothing down there. Your companions clink his tongue. Look this. They can't get away with that, not on our streets. Look into his eyes, then give him a nod. He nods back. You stood your ground. Somehow you live to tell the tale. His attack was coordinated, not very effectively, but nonetheless planned. There will be more coming. Now checks around the crossing, a worried scowl on his face. Let's get out of here. Yeah. Can I cure my wounds, please? Thank you. Not much, but it is a cure. Right, I got the tavern key. A very pretty key. It's esoterically attuned to the Sphinx Lair, e.a. the local tavern. This will allow you to enter during daytime so you can solve her riddle, or just visit. Can I put it on? Ooh, one more charisma for me! Right, the started guide to esoteric memorization. Anything else of import? No. Well, I guess people want to kill me. It was bound to happen eventually. Wait, the road to Waterland was it's up ahead. Yeah, that's the Waterlane view. We have 2 reasons to go there now. Close for today, right? They were close. I don't suppose the free... actually, she did mention that I could come see her here, so maybe they're open now? Close. Bear shut. God dang it! He waves a hand in front of him. Life is pain! Now what do you want? We were attacked by an assassin, seemed like a cult thing. Yeah. Had this iron mask on, real creepy. Ah, cults are not as common these days, but a few still spring up from time to time, of course. What did the mask look like? Green, oxidized copper maybe. Hard lines across it seem esoteric. Definitely esoteric. Definitely esoteric. And a dagger, a wavy yellow thing. Basically, he ran at us and tried to stab us, and, well, something magical was going on too. Then he got away before we could get answers, after he failed to kill us, or at least the cleric. Well, not a cultist. No? Doesn't sound like it, not any organized thing at least, sounds more like some lone actor. He sniffs. Cultists move in groups, they kidnap rather than kill, they wear matching uniforms like some fucking theater performance. From all the cults I know of, Essex Dragon Cult, the Cult of Elemental Evil, the various Titan cults, and all the borderline cults for the evil walking gods. This could be a new one, or some minor cults history has overlooked. More likely, this is a radicalized spellcaster, or a follower of some magical creature. If he's wrapped up in magic gear, he's more likely a professional hit. Does anyone want you dead? I mean, clearly, no clue why though. But might have something to do with the tea shop. The halfling barely listens to your comment and touches his mustache. Perhaps a warlock. The goblin winces at hearing the word. But for what patron? A fake creature or some aberrations? Who knows? You should be careful though, that kind of magic is deadly at best. Right, good info. Slightly horrifying, but good info. We'll keep that in mind if we run into him again. You do that, and my tip. Strike before he gets off any dark magic on you. As the old legionnaires say, rather a blade in the belly than a curse on the balls. He laughs. He's laughing. Someone's out there trying to kill you, and he's laughing. Why is that so, like, I'm not laughing, but I want to laugh because that is like my favorite kind of like joke. Like, there's nothing funnier to me that when someone says something completely insane and then the immediate response is like, you're laughing. This completely insane thing is happening and you're laughing. Like, something about it is just so funny. Hilarious. Incredible. We love to see it. Problem is that there's a bunch of places closed. Well, there's one last thing that I might be able to check today without having to, This door looks promising. You stand before a damp door on a cramped corner house. The wood is dark, swollen with the perpetual moist water lane. A layer of river mud and algae. You know someone here? Knock on the door. You rub your knuckles against the wood. A solid rhythmic knock. Wait. A moment passes. Then the sound of a heavy latch sliding. The door creaks open. A pair of bulbous eyes stare up at you. It's an Anuran. Dressed in a tiny velvet smoking jacket. Quite distinguished despite the lack of pants. What is it? Oh god, it's French! He blinks slowly. A translucent membrane flicks across his eyes. I am busy, très occupé. Oh? I have questions. Wait. He squints at your uniform. Are you, how do you say, le clerc? I am the cleric, yes. Ah, bon. He nods respectfully. At least you are not from the tight house. The Anuran peeks his head out behind the door. As for a contribution to your cause... to quoi? Why do you ask if I'm the cleric? Because you smell of incense and self-righteousness. C'est evident. Imbecile. Rude! But accurate. I'm gonna go now. Good. Au revoir. The door clicks shut. So you really just went and knocked on some stranger's door? Look, I'm not gonna knock on your methods too much, but if you keep this up, we'll be done by 6 months after the election. And you didn't even ask about the tea shop, not once. I didn't? You didn't. Oh. Yep. You're right, let's just focus. I'll come to this door later. The goblin closes his eyes in a short, silent contemplation. Then he says, maybe stick to Le Points d'Interest, okay? That's funny, I like that. Oh, really? Oh, I don't get to do that again? God damn it. If I ever play this again, I'm gonna have to remember that. Do not touch that door too early, you're gonna regret it. The problem here, I can see a little bit far, like there, and I'm pretty sure that I have to bypass this thing to be able to like go to the other side. In all things considered, the bugs were that piece of shit bird person who is the owner of the tea shop might be, you know. You approach a ball of feathers and wings and really, really sharp claws. A magnificent creature. This is a griffon. It is a somewhat intelligent magical beast. A famous magical beast of old Diminor. Terribly useful mounts used by those with the funds to support their breeding and taming. Most famously by the Sturm Riders. A group of highly skilled griffon riders. These days they are employed by several free cities of reeds. You will require speak with animals to communicate properly, of course. You see a pool of gruel forming underneath the open beak of the beast. Wait, look behind it. There's an entrance to the water to the warehouse on the other roof. If you want to get inside, you're going to have to get past this bad boy. The mythical beast snores gently before you. I don't even want to ask what the plan is here. Wake the animal gently through understanding and empathy. Attempt to sneak past it, attempt to speak, to pet the beast. I feel like these two are bad, so okay, I've come to a conclusion. I should not engage this beast right now. Especially when, like, I have 2 exhaustions. So I guess the last thing that I could do, like, most places are closed. I went to the bar, I checked on everything, I couldn't find much about, well, I know the general direction of Frank, son of Frank, but the problem with Frank, son of Frank, is that the motherfucker is in the tunnels, and the tunnels are dangerous, and I'm tiny and delicate, and I have 2 exhaustion. So I can't exactly just walk in and just fuck around and find out. So I guess my most reasonable course of action is actually trying to get into the tea house. But to get into the tea house, I need the permission to get into the tea. Actually, is there anything here that maybe could be... No. No, okay, nothing new here at night. My only option is to get to the tea house. But to get to the tea house, I have to talk to, well, the guy who owns... Well, the guy in charge. And he needs to give me the permission and the magic word that I need to use to actually get into the tea house. And you're still here guarding, I see. Nice to see you, lady. And... Not there, not there. Where is it? Yeah, Coiled Arrow. No. Like, she mentioned that he was available after between 12 and boy, I don't remember. between 12 and 2, something like that. Actually, I can just ask you again. When did you say I could speak with Darrow? Oh, wait. The angel greets you with silence, her many eyes gazing in your direction. Hello, Darrow is available post midnight. His door will be open. Why can't he see me before midnight? He does not respond to your question. Either she does not know or cannot say. What should I do until I meet with him? Just hang around? Her eyes spin gently around her head. The tea shop owner, she says, as if suddenly coming to life. Locate him. Do that. Return at midnight. Good idea. Okay, but like, I'm pretty sure he's there, like and I need to speak with animals, and clearly I haven't found anyone who either has speak with animals or could sell me speak with animals, so I'm kind of fucked. What if I'm too busy to see him after midnight? You are not. You got me there. Eyes focus in on you. I did. Snarky, wow. Can you grant me access to the tea shop? No. I got it. Can I ask some personal questions? No. Please? No. If not. This is gonna sound a little racist, but you speak good human for an angel. Human is not a language. Oh yeah, I meant Norwegian. That is a dialect. Gotta be so specific. Nell chuckles and goes back to being awfully quiet. He is so afraid of the angel he stifles his witty remarks. The common tongue of man is called Diminorian, or of Old Diminor. You speak good Diminorian then? I speak every tongue, cleric. It is not special. Your companion raises an eyebrow. Really? Even goblin? Tammy, she says, turning her gaze to him. Nactis, Gava. I'm probably mispronounced that, I'm so sorry. She most likely said something akin to, I do indeed, don't you, Goblin? What a show-off. Oh, awesome, good job, lady. He did not expect that. Few goblins speak Goblin in Norvik after the integration efforts. Not integration, it was a genocide, the Goblin genocide. The destruction of the Goblin clans of Ascani by Earth around 50 years ago. 3 clans were then integrated into Norvik, with their new generation being put through human schooling. Man, Earth was a piece of shit. No wonder the nationalists are so the way they are. I mean, they're fascists, of course, but also, Jesus Christ. Okay, fine, I'll rest. Spend 1 hit dive on a 1 hour short rest, yes. Lower exhaustion by 1 level. Managed to restore 1 first level spell slot. That's the least of my problems. My main issue is the exhaustion. Unlocked all ability checks. Very cool, let's go. Okay. Yeah, but we're still, like, we still have a bunch of time left that we could be wasting on things. Maybe I should. Maybe I should go underground and try to find Frank, son of Frank. Who's not actually his real name. Although actually there's also the check here. Okay. It's one point, it's not that bad. The Dedum? The Dendum. Ah, the Dendum, I see, is a radial distance from the pitch circle down to the bottom land. Yes, but the bottom land, also known as the Tooth Roof by some lesser engineers, is the actual flatter curved surface at the very base of that valley. You know this well. Why exactly? You read about it in a book once. It was a very old guide to machinery written before the Coast War. Cool. This might come in handy. Of course it will. Oh my god, -10! Your knowledge of the coast shall be great. I should have done that fast. Okay, that's actually doable. You swap in a hand, you swipe in a hand and quickly pull it back with the thing. Yes! Smooth as hells. Hey, cool, it's a stress cube. That brings you back. All the kids used to go crazy over these. You know, the ones who call you Apple Boy. Apple Boy. Yeah, this isn't a great childhood memory for me. What a nostalgic feeling. It's great for an adult like me to indulge in these childish toys. It isn't a great childhood memory, all things considered. A slice of a real gelatinous cube. You could probably sell these for a quick buck next week. Until then, maybe give it a squeeze. Could help out with the nerves. Maybe I will. A translucent, somewhat firm gelatinous cube. These used to be sold as toys/pets. Today they're illegal, probably because they can technically still dissolve human flesh at very slowly. I don't suppose I can... Well, if I put that will be -3 intelligence. I kinda don't wanna do that. I need like an actual good book. You glance at the ladder. It's one hell of a climb. What kind of man, no, what kind of human can climb a simple ladder for 20 short feet? It would be embarrassing for anyone of any age to fail this. God, again with the esoteric tingle. Okay, fine, I won't. I can't get there from the other side anyway. I just, you know. Good for it. Well, okay, I guess we'll go down. See if there's... God freaking damn it. Cleric, please. I guess we can try and get to... Dipping for... Oh, okay. Wait! Look, I can see that car right there. Someone is clearly smoking there, and I can see their red beady eyes right there. Something is going on there, and I don't know what it is, but I will find out. I hope it's not vampires. I guess I can try and give it a little investigation. See if I can find Frank, son of Frank, underneath in the depths. Actually, can I, hug you again? Pillar of your toes before you. He's speaking to you. Touch the pillar. Touch the wondrous pillar. You place your hand upon the smooth surface. The whisper gets louder. It says something to you, something weird. No, wait. It's a conversation, one you don't take part in. You can try to join in. The pocket watch tingles, you meditate on it, you hug the pillar. Well, I have a minor disadvantage with, like, the exhaustion and also the fact that Snell is here, but, like, might as well. Oh, thank God. Speak. Hello? The goblin perks up. Ah, not me, sorry. The pillar vibrates. Hello? The whisper lies inside of you, or something. It says, he is here. Who is here? It says divinity. It says death. It says necrocrat. What? The voice ends. Your hand is repelled from the surface. Ouch! Weird. You understand plainly, there is more to this pillar you need to investigate. In time, and further below. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pillar. Wait, no. Wrong direction. I need to go in this direction. I will get lost so many times. But that is my curse to bear. Wait. Oh yeah, I was right. It's this direction. And then I go to the mortuary's place, which I think is this one. No, that's Central Toolstead. Is this the one? Yeah, to the lower layer. And then we go down the stairs. Hello, rat. I promise that I'll grab you once I have the ability to speak with animals. I will very politely ask you to come with me, because you will be my friend. Oh, god damn it, I didn't mean to walk that far! Again? Seriously? This is not a good click. You feel a pressure change. A rushing wind causes you to be pulled just an inch further into the hallway. Why did I do that? I did... Then you notice the wall holes opening up. The goblin behind you is already in action. Thank you, Snell. Please don't let me die again. Thank God. Is he gonna complain that I did this again? You just barely escaped the deep clutches of the skin-melting heat. Again. Standing up, you realize the fire singed the edges of your uniform. Again. Adrenaline leaving the system. Pain. Burns. Roll around to put out the last fire. But you leave. Woo! God damn it! Stop just walking into it, are you crazy? Okay, fine, I'll try to keep an eye out in the future. Yeah, good. I can't pull you out of the fire every time, you know? And if you get fried, I'm screwed, so don't just don't. The goblin does care, in more ways than one. Now don't enter the hallway before you disable the trap, or you'll get roasted. Again. Looking back, the hallway has no marks of being filled with flames. Yeah, terrible hallway, I know. Magic trap. Okay, let's engage you. There are 2 faint paw prints here, one on each side of the hallway. Hey, Snell, your thoughts on these paw prints? I feel like it would be very silly behavior to go around touching paw prints in the city below, but honestly, considering the strange traps I've heard of, it wouldn't surprise me if this was some bullshit puzzle. Right, the bullshit puzzle. I love those. Could be something like we have to press both of them at the same time and that somehow deactivates the trap for a while. It's worth a try, I suppose. What's the worst that could happen, apart from being polymorphed into a rust monster or something? That won't happen, will it? Being a man means taking risk. Let's do it. That would never happen to me. I'm too lucky. No, that won't happen, will it? Oh no, of course not, cleric. A defense mechanism. You get into position and look over to your companion at the left paw. He reaches up to it after a moment of hesitation. Ew, yeah, this is magical. You see him shiver at the realization. But nothing more than that. He says and puts his whole weight on it. Try pressing yours. Press the other one. Clunk! The goblin jumps back. A deep groan from the walls. That did something. The fuck is a ticking noise? An ominous sensation. A pressure change. Something's happening. As you peer into the hallway, you see something appear on the wall. Is that writing? At the entrance, a whirling mess of faint light forms a stable shape. Entrad and par y probaos. That's, enter in pair and prove yourself. And specifically, that's Spanish and a little bit older because, like, I don't know if Probaos is used very much in Spanish anymore. I guess cat people in this universe speak Spanish. Who would have thought? That is cat speech. You cannot read it. This construction must be a remnant of the white man tribe. This will be dangerous. Why is there cat speech on the wall? Yeah, good question, but I can read this, kind of. You can. Yeah, hold on. He stares at the text and mumbles to himself. It says enter as a pair and be probe. No, be tried. Like you're being tried for, like, it's a trial, the kind of tried. Although I guess you could also translate it as probe, but that's not usually how it's used. Not probed, proved. Like the Darwish probe. It's a trial. Not proved. Snap his fingers. Yeah, that's it. It's a test. Enter the hallway in pair and be tested. A test. Sounds dangerous. It does. We're still going to do it, right? He clears his throat. I mean, I'm ready. Yeah, okay, on 3, 2, 1. Start walking. The two of you step forward. In hesitant unison. Trembling. How far are we going to? Shit, stop! The text. You both stop halfway, looking at the magical lettering on the wall. Al son divino la puerta se abrirá. To the divine... I'm not sure how the Spaniards use son is the issue. Like, the door will open once the divine something, you know, happens, is the translation. But, like, I'm not entirely sure how the Spaniards use son. I'm trying to remember. Like, Latin American Spanish is very different, is the thing. I'm not even sure if they use son in this kind of way. I think it's it's more translated like sound, maybe? Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna look. Again, Spanish. Yeah, no, it's a sound. Oh yeah, it comes from sonus. Pretext. A tenor, a mode, or a way. It's a kind of music in Cuba also. Yeah, son. It's just like a sound. Okay, it's that. It's also old Spanish because, well, most all Spanish is just Spanish. Oh god, your companion matters. Something divine, something port, open a gate. You can read it, right? It's not like I took formal lessons, I've just picked up a few words here and there. He's sweating, a feeling of dread growing in his heart. A clicking sound starts to echo out into the hallway. Tick, 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 tick. Gods be damned. Okay, hold on, I got this. Tick. Al Sunday Vino, that's a divine song. Tick. Puerta is door. Tick. Listen to the divine song and the door will open. Your doom is near. Okay, cool! Yeah, very cool. He glances around the hallway erratically. The ticking is kind of a song. A rhythm, at least. He's shaking. Tick tick. You're clearly supposed to move forward in rhythm with the song. Follow your instinct, that's daunting, challenging, pray to earth, come on bro. Ignore the ticking and try to outrun the trap. Nah, figure out what the divine song means, like it's a moderate one and also I'm supposed to be smart, come on. See? You cannot know this song, it's simply not possible. Even if it did survive through some obscure document, the chance of you knowing this cartoon is approximately 0. But it's not 0? Unless an esoteric phenomenon happens to strike you, then it is. Unless... Yes? Listen to the ticking. It's simple, but it's also familiar, somehow. But that cannot be possible unless... I'm in a bit of a hurry here. It's been repurposed. This is a chant. You know it well. It's the river chant. I'm sorry? The ticking is the river chant, you know it? The prayer? I've heard it, but... Oh. He nods. Okay, I get it. The goblin has no idea what you're saying, why you're saying what you're saying, but he trusts you, somehow. What are we doing? Follow my lead. Count down from 3 and step forward on 0. Tap, tap, tick, tick. The rhythm lives in your soul. It must have been passed down. It lives inside your joints. The power it wields over you is indescribable. You repeat this prayer, this chant for unity and enlightenment, for reasoning and meaning. Take a step forward alongside Snail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2. The goblin keeps up, each step forward made with trembling adrenaline-fueled fear. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods! Takes those final steps. 1, 2, 3, 4. He mounts as he joins you in those final steps. 3, 4, 5. Oh shit! He takes a deep breath. We're out? Oh, gosh, be good, we're out! Pant and groan on the ground to keep yourself from crying. We could have died there. Yeah, I think we should have, honestly, and... Cleric, look. He mutters and points to the wall once more. Another line of shifting magical text appears. Pasad libres por mandato celestial. Go, through heavenly decree. Go free. Like, you can pass freely through this hallway, is basically, like, what it translates to. It says we can pass liberally by celestial mandate. Yeah. Celestial, heavenly, like, it's the same thing, basically. Liberally, that sounds like Free Strider bullshit. Feel terrible. Liberally, that sounds like Arsgalis bullshit. Feel awful. Liberally, that sounds like something I'd support. Feel like shit. Liberally, this isn't the time nor place for politics, Nell. Feel apolitically. I was told that these really felt like Disco Elysium, but actually it's fantasy, and honestly, this is the kind of shit that, yeah, no, actually, yeah, yeah, this is the writing that I expected, yeah, that sounds like Free Strider bullshit. I'll feel terrible now. First of all, every liberty doesn't automatically conflict with Free Striders. Secondly, I got it wrong, it's passed freely, I think. So I guess we can come and go as we please now. Hey, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Oh, like emergency not okay, or short rest and you'll be fine not okay? The second, definitely. Then we're on the same page, I think. I don't know, Snail, I just ran through fire and or flames. Snail, I just ran through the fire and the flames and I cannot carry on. I'd say it was both. At least it felt like it. The first maybe? Only maybe? Only maybe. Just get up. I'll be honest, he mutters, slumping down to the ground, a bit further down the hallway. That was worse than a mass torsion. Oh, is that the testicular torsion spell? 4-level transmutation spell, infamous as one of the most horrific forms of magic employed during the Curse War. It causes torsion in every testicle within a range of 100 feet. It is out loud by way of the hull swift thing of 501 AE. Mass torsion, an infamous spell that causes all testicles around to twist and clench. It's horrific. Take a few more steps away from the hallway of doom. The goblin gaze flits around, dancing from tile to tile. He is looking for more traps. Finally, Snell seems to find himself more at ease. He lets out an exasperated sigh. I need a goddamn breather. Same. With a groan, the goblin notices some soot on his jacket. He brushes it off. This isn't exactly my first drop, but we usually hire third parties to disable them. You ever hire every cleric? So you're saying you're a bit of an expert on this stuff. You can't even take care of your own territory. You're outsourcing? Well, I mean, the economy, you know? You ever hire any clerics? Nah, not during my time. He chuckles. You guys aren't exactly available for underground chicanery these days. Rooting around in his pouch, Snell finds a tiny green sphere. He smacks it against the ground and it begins to flutter up into the air. A sprite spirit. Some type of primal essence. Cool sprite. Thanks, sadly is my last one. The goblin leans back against the dungeon wall, making sure to check for any trap mechanism beforehand. Look, I work mainly in upper and lower Tolstad. The city below is not my responsibility. Usually. So apologies if I don't have these magically shifting tunnels memorized like some veteran adventurer. And I apologize for not manifesting a divine intervention. Yeah, you should work on that. You heard that the city below changes from time to time, but most people believe it to be a myth. The old guard used to deal with the Eternals all the time, but since Earth's death, that work has been entirely relegated to the 3 goblin tribes. It's sad we clerics don't get to delve these days. Don't want to leave all the fun to you goblins. I've never seen a tunnel shift, and I've gone through a fair amount of them. I thought the shifting tunnels thing was a myth. It's not. He states it plainly and quickly, as if he's had to prove it often. This place is real close to the garden, right? Sure. Wasn't here a couple of months ago. Between the garden and the water lane sewers, I'm 100% sure there was a slanted hallway full of frozen spikes. We boarded them up as well as we could at the time. Boarding up. That only lasted a couple of hours. It moved around? Yeah, it moved around. All of this shit does. The esoteric nature of the city below is well documented. It has mainly to do with sentience, if you believe the few scholars who have been allowed to investigate it. The more living minds present, the less chaotic a section will be. For this, what the goblin describes, that is enough activity to warrant a proper look. That's insane. I figured all the shifting calmed down after the conquest. It didn't, or I mean, from what I understand, your dead god and his paladins used to keep things clean. But nowadays it's getting weirder by the day. But hey, now you're here, so you can take on this esoteric bullshit, right? Do well and I'll buy you a beer. Deal? Sure? Look Shifley. I don't drink, Snell. I mean, I'm a cleric, but sure. Wait, right, you're not allowed. I am not, no. Shit, I keep forgetting you're like an actual cleric. No alcohol at all, huh? Of course not. Intoxicants are the work of evil and chaos. As clerics, we must abstain to maintain or fight against discord. Plus, we cannot clear our minds. We must remain vigilant so we can fulfill our sacred quest and make make sound judgments upon our people. I don't like the taste. Oh, so you've tried it at least. You were 14 years old. They had lax security at the dance clubs in those days. Those were the days. I was a wild kid. Yeah, I'm sure you were. But trust me, the city below is very esoteric. Not, somewhat. It's also really fucked up, which explains why your beloved city would give up the property rights to a bunch of goblins, huh? He laughs. A sad laugh. And these last couple of years there's been more and more ritzy and scholars going delving to study it. The old lady doesn't let them in on her turf, of course. Chasing them away is one of my many jobs, politely of course. I'm not some syndicate gangster. But the other tribes are more accepting, for a ton of coin of course. What is your job exactly? I'm a runner and a handler of the HWBT. So you're a sexy rogue like me? God damn it, cleric! Look at him until he actually tells you what he does. He crosses his arms. I do a ton of stuff, okay? I run errands for the old lady, anything she needs. I also make sure operations run smoothly. Everything from the department rentals to the CVS, the city below security. Anything the old lady needs, I do. So you're a custodian? No, that's... You see his face contorted into a painful expression. Gosh be damn, custodian might actually not be that far off. My job mostly just consists of talking to people, clearing like we're doing right now. A lot of talking and a lot of running around. He takes a deep breath. Exactly what we're doing right now, just without the light dungeoneering. Nice work, by the way, with the trap. Don't mention it. My cat speech isn't the greatest, so I'm not sure what I expected. But we're alive. That's all that counts. He's a bit shaken up over it. As are you. You okay, by the way? No serious burns? No need to visit a healer or anything? Nah, I'm okay. Be angsty. I'm very good at abjuration magic. It's fine. Abjuration? He scratches his chin. That's the protect tomato one, right? Ah yes, the old tomato reference guide. They use it in school to teach the differences between the esoteric categories. You know about the tomato cheat sheet? He smirks. Everyone knows about the tomato cheat sheet. He looks proud. But wait, is all healing magic abjuration? Because that's the one that protects, right? A shield freeze protection, but healing is more of a post-protection thing. It's a bit more complicated than that. The esoteric can be malleable after all. Interesting. Well, I learned something new today. How lovely. I've been meaning to ask, but what can you tell me about Lady Sageleaf? What's there to say? She did the impossible, actually uniting the roadie halfway through. Before her, we were close to being kicked out of the city. Really? Damn right. That was before my time, of course, but we had problems with our old council structure. He leans in and whispers to you, the council didn't get along. That's honestly more what I expected from a goblin tribe. That's a little racist, just not along. So she's a dictator, does she have a consort of some kind? Why, you interested? He laughs. A defensive laugh. Are you? He stops laughing. No! He looks worried. Cleric, I'm devoted in my service. Lady Sageleaf is one of the greatest goblins who's ever lived. She has no need for consorts. Neither do you. That's a painful failure. He is idolizing her. He clearly sees her more as a god than a master. And also he's clearly got the hots for her. Hee hee. How long have you been working for her? The goblin mutters to himself and looks off into the distance. Damn, I guess it's been almost 10 years. Damn, I've only been a cleric for... I suppose he raises his eyebrows. His expression says, do go on. I mean to say, I've been the cleric for about 5 years now. He chuckles and stretches a bit. Time takes us all. Your commitment to cleric-ish behavior runs deep, I see. Anyway... What about you, cleric? What do you think about the old lady? Let's see, to be honest or to be flattering? The goblin probably does not care too much of your opinion either way, but it can be used against you. She appears to be a great leader for your people. I mean, it's not like I dislike her, but she did terrify me and I had to hit in a barrel, so... This seems like a bit of a, somewhat of, a pain in the buttocks. I have no strong opinions on your old lady, Snell, nor do I have any strong opinions about anything, because I am an apolitical centrist. No, that's disgusting. Nah, she seems to be fine, like, she appears to be a good leader at the very least. He scoffs, and what do you really think? No, really, I admire her strength, truly. She terrifies me. Like, Snell, do you not remember the part in the first day? Well, we're still on day 1, but like earlier, where like I almost fucking like ruined the entire thing by running away because she scared me from her presence alone? Huh. Alright, didn't expect that. Not many tall folk tend to view her in that light. As I'm sure you can imagine. Sure. You can have that effect on people. For some strange reason, tall folk don't tend to enjoy being talked down to by goblins, nor women. Especially goblin women. Yes, that. Look, it doesn't really matter, but as an elder in the tribe, I can tell you as a representative of the city, Lady Sageleaf is a force of good in Norvik, I can promise you that. The non-human folk of Norvik are in many ways oppressed by the state and dominant culture, but the goblins have always been most affected. Ever since the horrible genocide. It was a war, a reconquest of fallen land. It was not strength. Stop being a fascist. A war against a divine god is not a war. It is a one-sided extermination. The goblins did not have to fight. They could have surrendered like the 3 tribes did. The three tribes were stripped of their culture, their land, and their languages. They were given a new home. They were forced. It was them or us. It was them or us. That is what you tell yourself at night. Anyway, so remind me, what was our goal going down here? Or missing witness? Frank, son of Frank. Now we know he went down here. We're lucky Mungor saw him, even if she did let him pass without magic. So he could have left to the South Caverns, but those are some deep holes. That's what she said. My guess he entered this area. Right here, probably through the sewers. He clears his throat. Or you find that missing paladin I've been reading about, Lord Gorm. You think he's alive? There were some scandalous comments about him in the papers last week. Ah, yeah, about him being outed from the party, right? Look, I think they just couldn't have a missing paladin on the ticket, you know? Don't read too much into it. You think he went out here? Honestly, I'd say so. A paladin looking to relive the glory days. I could see that, dungeoneering for dangerous monsters, getting loot, dying in some inglorious trap. He gestures towards the fire hallway. You think Mr. Gorm would survive that on his own? Well, it's a thing that you're supposed to do with another person, so no. You think he's alive? No way. Doesn't matter how big a paladin he is, you go down solo into the city below, and then you go missing for months. Guy's gone, no doubt. Maybe we'll find his body. That might be for the best, or we'll find a very fancy paladin zombie. But what do I know? He shrugs. You're the cleric. You're starting to get it. I am the cleric. Day by day, I'm starting to be more roguelike. It's the dungeon that does it, I think. No, I'm a wizard, you know? The spells, remember that. That's the one. You seem quite knowledgeable to me, Snell. Thank you for guiding me. He glares at you. What do you want, a fucking sloppy toppy? No? Maybe? Thanks, I know I'm good at my job. This goblin is physically incapable of taking a damn compliment. He's immune to your social lubing. I mean, I'm trying to be nice though, for just the sake of it. If you call it that, then yes, he's going to be immune. Yeah, like, please don't call it social lubing, that's a little... You know, gesture towards him. It's good to see this. See what? Comment on the niceness of this unity. It's good to see a goblin adjusting to Norvikian life. It's good to see someone honoring his duty. It's refreshing. It's good to see this. The city and the goblins working together at last. Your companion allows the echo of your words to die further down the hallway. Then a faint smile on his face. You ever meet him? Hmm? Think for a second, then speak. Who? Earth. Oh, how interesting to see him broach such a topic. He will surely focus in on the genocide. Just casually asking if you met a god. Of course not, I'm not that old. Snell nods. First generation post Earth, huh? It's for the best. Never meet your heroes, right? I imagine those hedonists chanting Tokik's name wouldn't be too cheerful if he returned either. Not every other zealot raging across the coast for dead gods. The goblin spits out and leans back against the wall. I always hated Earth. Excuse me? He scratches his nose. I grew up being told to be grateful. But let me ask you this, cleric. If you were the last of your kind, one of the maybe 8,000 or 9,000 humans left in the world, And you were then told to be grateful to be alive just because the same monster that destroyed your entire culture also decided to let you live for some reason. Will you be grateful? He speaks of the Goblin Genocide. I mean, and I have questions as to why we decided to become a cleric at this point. Like, I guess it was just like a path. Like, you is what you is the work you do. I mean, the Goblin Genocide was Earth's greatest mistake. He lets out a mocking laugh. It's good to know our current predicament was due to a mistake. Thanks for clearing that up. Ugh. Look, I'm not saying he was right to do it. I don't agree with it. I also don't think they should tell you to be grateful for it. The goblin stares at you. He's expecting nothing good to come out of your mouth. You can be grateful. If you were allowed to live, it was probably because you did something the dead ones didn't. If your people fell, then they did not have the power to live. It is as simple as that. But that should not lead to gratefulness. It should lead to apprehension. I would hate the monster who destroyed my people. I would be confused. I would be careful. I don't know what I would feel. It would be a death of the soul. This is something for goblins to think about, not men. I mean, yeah, I think it would be the death of a soul. Like, once the anger has subsided, once you stop thinking about it, because, like, the guy is dead, Earth doesn't exist anymore, there's nothing you can do, you cannot kill a god, and even if you could, he's no longer alive. Like, what's left? Like, it's a bunch of complicated emotions that you sense with, like, you know what, life sucks ass. Like, why did you do that? Why was that the choice you make? It is, in fact, like the death of a soul. A collective of souls of sorts. Snell clicks his tongue and gets up. Every goblin asks themselves that question. To be a cran or not to be a cran? We all got different answers. What to do when the past is erased. He groans and shakes his legs a bit. They must have fallen asleep from sitting on the dungeon floor. Some focus on building something, culturally or politically. Some try to get rich in this new free strider world. Some of us, we... His voice trails off as he stares back into the fairy hallway. You hate Earth? The goblin nods. A little bit of hate, yeah. But afterwards, I only do one thing, cleric. I save Lady Sageleaf. Nell turns back to you, his expression calm, collected. That's enough for me. The goblin is one of the good ones. This goblin is one of the good ones, true. Elderly, strictly trained, conscientious. His queen, his dragon, wiped the hallways into shape over such a short span of time. He does not need to think so much of his position. His culture was eradicated because of a utilitarian choice by an oppressive numinist. Yes, that was then, now is now. As long as he keeps this up, he will, along with his peers, have created a new type of goblin 1,000 times more useful. Once you take power, these goblins will be fine servants. We are not taking power, Intelligence. Can you stop assuming that I'm gonna become God Emperor? Your heart is beating fast. You can hear it. Every word out of Snell's mouth is tinged with generations of pain. His father's father, who was slain by the god you uphold as the one highest good. How does that work? The answer is it doesn't. Earth destroyed folk. He personally performed multiple folk mord on this band. That is not something you or any human of his creed will ever be able to ignore. Not without bleeding your souls dry in the process. Folkmord, a Darwin term meaning genocide, it was originally coined by Askell himself, who used it to support the idea of folk's rights. Rights inherent to all sentient beings, regardless of folk type, sex, nationality, ethnicity, language, religion, or any other status. Originally spread by Aska and is today a hotly debated topic across the coast. So, human rights. Sex, Dwarven for the number 6. Never stop being funny. Sex, the trait that determines whether a sexually reproductive organism is of the male or female half of reproduction. Also a useless distraction. Sex, a beautiful union between those who carry the burden of life upon their souls. Sex, fun! Thanks, dexterity. I know we just went through all of those. Dwarven for the number 6. Never stop being funny. Incredible. Snell shows great restraint every day, and you test him each moment. Just not. Your companion looks at you for a while. His yellow eyes seem to behold you, seeking another answer. This one's on me. What? This short rest is on me. Lovely. The sprite light fizzles out just in time. Hey, we had a short rest, but I'm still, like, affected by my exhaustion. What's up with that, Snell? I'm good to go now. Get up and get going. And, good heavens, because we're, more than 30 minutes over time, so let's save. On the stream one. Yeah, it's the stream one. It's a stream save. And then next time we can go through the whole here until it's time for me to actually get my permission to get into the tea house. Finally. Hopefully. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. That went on longer than I expected. It was a long conversation and the traps that happened. Anyway, that was awkward. Thank you for being here. Tomorrow it's something else, probably. And that's it. This was just too awkward. This was a little too awkward. This was a little too much. Anyway, thank you for being here again. Have a good start to your week. Have a good day, and I'll see you tomorrow for something that is not this, and hopefully will not involve any conversations that are this heavy where I'm made to feel guilty about, well, being a cleric for a god that is also a piece of shit. You know, it's just awkward. You know, the creepy underground music doesn't help. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone.